is it going? Today we're doing ASMR book reading. Obviously, because I'm whispering. Obviously, because I am in fact whispering. Yeah, thank you memes for being first. Thanks much. I had planned to start stream a little bit earlier today, but honestly, I was just really tired, so I needed my nap. I needed a bit of a nap. I'm still tired, to be honest. I'm still really exhausted because I just had a really long day, but I'm hoping that ASMR will be just enough for me, especially since I will probably not be streaming tomorrow, so I get the day off. I'll have the day off, so I don't have to worry about it. But tonight my plan is for me to finish the Hunger Games, and then that's it. I want to finish the Hunger Games, and then read Coraline, and then at least start it, and probably finish it next week, Monday, question mark. Monday, maybe. Let me see, what was last week? Monday. Maybe not Monday. Maybe like next week, Thursday. So like that's kind of my plan. We'll see. Just because I've been looking through. I've been looking through my stuff. Like I'm debating like Monday. Let me see, what was that? Oh yeah, no, definitely not that day. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like the best times for me to do like what sort of stream. If I felt like doing a stream, like what days are the best for me to do it, and just according to my analytics, Thursdays and Saturdays are the best days for me to do ASMR streams. So probably moving forward, like those would be the only 2 days that I do ASMR streams. Yeah. Probably like moving forward, it would be like Thursday, Saturday, and like maybe Sunday if I wanted to do an extra stream. Those would be the days that I would do like ASMR, and then every other day is kind of whatever I want. But yeah, I would like to do ASMR on Monday, but people are EP, so people are EP, and I think the last time that I did an ASMR on Monday, it didn't go as well as it could have. I can't remember, but because I've been streaming pretty much every single day for the last couple weeks, just so I can get a feel for like certain days, also because I like streaming, but just to also get a feel for like what feels good to stream on what days, and what people are also responding to, and it just seems like the weekend is just a better time to do ASMR, so I'm probably not going to be doing ASMR during the week anymore, just because like it doesn't do well, so it doesn't really do well. It could be the exact same stream and it does significantly worse just because it's on a weekday versus me doing it on a weekend. So if I am gonna do Coraline, it will probably be like, or when I do book readings, it will probably be like once a week, if not twice a week. Maybe I'll do like Thursday, Saturday, so 2 times a week, and then that's how you get through a book. I haven't really decided. I'm just gonna kind of take it as it comes, but I do know that definitely not unless it like specifically calls to me and I cannot help myself, and I'm just like, I have to do ASMR. Book readings, I have to do something. Then I will, but other than that, probably not. Probably not. I'm more likely to play a game because it seems like games also do better in the week, which I don't know. I don't know if it's boring to hear, but I mean, I don't know if it's boring to hear, but like, again, I say this all the time, but for some reason, like, people are shocked every time I say it, but like, I do want to stream for a really long time, and I also want to grow as a content creator as well, and I have to like factor those things in when I do streams. I have to like factor the fact that like, oh, if I do a stream on Monday, if I do an ASMR stream on Monday, less people watch it, versus like me doing literally anything else. So I'd rather just do literally anything else and save the ASMR for a different day, at least this point in my VTubing career. But yeah, so I'm gonna be like playing around as I've been already doing with just like when I do stuff, and just seeing like what sticks, and that's kind of gonna inform the schedule. Yeah, I do want to play Slime Rancher though, so probably like Monday I'll play Slime Rancher because tomorrow I'll take off and I'm just gonna relax, and then Monday I'm probably gonna do Slime Rancher because I realize what slime I'm missing. I actually remember. Well, I didn't remember. I did remember there was a door that I didn't open in Slime Rancher, and that's the door. That's the one fucking door that I actually really need. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of exploring and hope and pray that there is a big motherfucker that needs me to feed it. In my head, I feel like I fed all of them, so I'm like, that's not great. But I know how to get in, even if I don't have a key. I watched a video on it, so I do want to play Slime Rancher because I feel like I'm making good progress. And now that I know which slime I'm missing, I want to go get it. It's like it was bothering me because I was like, what is that fucking slime that I was missing? But now I know, so I'm all good for that. So probably Slime Rancher on Monday, and then I don't know what the rest of the week is. I don't know. But for today, I'm gonna finish up Mockingjay, put this book to rest, and say goodnight, sweet prince. Not really a collectionist. It's just like it was bothering me because I felt like I collected all the slimes in the area. I'm not like planning, I don't know. I mean, as of right now, I don't really plan on playing like Slime Rancher forever, but it's a really nice stream game. I like it for stream. So I was like, okay, let's do that on Monday. Let's do that on Monday. But we'll see. And once I figure out my schedule, then it will probably go back, like I've said before, it'll probably go back to just being like 3 streams in the week, no longer the extra streams where I'm streaming quite literally every single day except for Sunday. Quite literally every single day. Which I'm actually surprised that I've like just been like, nah. I'm surprised that I haven't just like quit already, because I felt like the last time I did this I was like really tired of streaming after a while. But I think like doing ASMR has been really fun for me, so it's what made me want to stream a lot more because of the ASMR. protagonist mod. If I played a regular game of Stardew Valley, I feel like I'd like be sick. I'd be absolutely sick. I don't want to do that. But we'll see. I also have another game that I've been like holding on to that I'm probably gonna pick up. Maybe. Hi Sorgo. Hello. I'm not gonna start reading until like, I don't know, it's been like an hour or something. I'm not gonna start reading for a little bit just because like once I start I really can't stop. So I'm giving the buffer, I'm letting the stream buffer a little bit. But I hope everybody had a pretty good week. I had a really, really busy day. I was like driving the entire day. Yeah, because if I start reading, there's not that much of the book left. If I start reading, I do not want to stop. So I was driving all day. I even drove on a highway. My god, wow. And I had to take off yesterday because I needed to support a friend, and that actually went really well. But I got invited to hang out with a couple of people, and it was really frustrating because like I don't know why people do this again, but like I don't understand when people are like, oh yeah, we're gonna hang out, and then they meet for one thing, and that's, I've said this before on stream, but like, to me that's fucking crazy. When it's like, yeah, we're gonna hang out, and then you meet for one thing, like let's say, oh, we're gonna go get ice cream, and then you meet for the ice cream, and then that's the end of the day. Like, that's the end. Like, it's just you guys got ice cream together, and then goodbye. I don't know, to me that's fucking crazy. Maybe because my love language is quality time, but that's like not a hangout, like at all. Because I was invited to go and go get dessert with a couple of acquaintances, and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna go do this one thing, and that was literally, it was like 90 minutes, and I was like, 90 minutes is not hanging out. I don't know, 90 minutes is the episode of like a fucking Black Mirror episode. 90 minutes. 90 minutes is like one SpongeBob SquarePants movie. 90 minutes is nothing. A hangout is the length of a Puppcat stream, 4 hours or less. Like, you need a longer hangout. Like, that's a hangout. Like, when you're like, we're hanging out. Hanging out. I'm just like an hour. But like, when I say this, most people think I'm fucking crazy. Even though real quality time spenders know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if you are really genuinely into quality time, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. I got flaked on twice. I hate to see it. I mean, I was gonna flake with them today, to be honest, because I was already tired. But I was like, you know what, let me just go say hi, because they said it's hanging out, and I haven't seen these people in a really long time. it's just gonna be like, I'm going home. Going home. Which, I mean, like, I'm a homebody. I love being at home. But I just think it's, like, absolutely insane. What do you mean? What are you talking about? 60 minutes is not a hangout session. It's just not, because the first hour is spent catching up. You literally, like, can't. What? The first hour is just catching up. You're just checking in, you're just catching up on, like, how the other person has been, or how everybody has been, and it can even take longer depending on how many people are in the party. A group of 4. I mean, our group wasn't that big, it was like a group of 5, so kind of big. It was like a group of 5, and it took 90 minutes just for all of us to be like, what's going on? How has everybody been? And then after that, you get to have fun because you're past all the catching up shit, you know? That's when the real hangout starts, after the first hour. After you get all the pleasantries out of the way. But again, maybe I'm just a real yapper and other people are not yappers. Which is disappointing because I love to talk. I love to talk as long as I have a subject to talk about. But yeah, I was bummed because it took me like an hour to get there. So it was like an hour to get there, and then we only hung out for like quite literally an hour. Quite literally like an hour. Took me an hour to get there, and then like 30 minutes to park, to find parking. Finally I'll get there, and then we only hang out for an hour. It took me an hour to get here. If it takes me an hour to get anywhere, we should be at the function for like 3 hours. That's fair. It's fair regardless of how long it took me to get there, to be honest, but it just reminded me of the last time that I hung out with a friend, and literally she was like, I mean, I talked about it once it happened because I canceled stream to do it. I canceled stream to go do this, but she was supposed to take me out for like the best cheese fries that have ever existed, ever. And the best cheese fries that have ever existed. And it literally took me like 30 minutes to get to her. And I was like, I got all dressed up, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna be hanging out for the rest of the night. And we got the cheese fries, we ate them, and she was like, okay, I'm gonna go home. And I was like, you don't find that insane? I was like, but then again, my love language is quality time. So, like, when I hear that, I'm just like, well, then you just don't like me. The fact that you can't even, like, sit around for, like, an hour. I'm like, you don't like me enough. I don't know, and everybody was, like, really happy when they were leaving. They were like, oh, this was so nice. This was really nice. We all got to catch up. And I was like, I don't know, I feel like I barely got my toes wet, you know? Genuinely feel like I barely got my toes wet. But again, me and my best friends can hang out with each other. If we say we're hanging out at 12, we literally won't stop hanging out until like it's 8 p.m. So like that to me is a hangout. Like we need to spend damn near the rest of the day together. That's a hangout. Don't tell me you're hanging out if we're just gonna meet for something. That's errands. That's very different. That's not a hangout. It should be like, if we're meeting at 1, you should be saying goodbye to me when it's dark out, pretty much. If we're meeting in the morning, you should be saying goodbye to me by midday, you know? We should be hanging out all morning and getting like lunch. Like I'm a real hangout person. Where it's like, okay, if we are going to get desserts, by the time we're done getting desserts, let's talk about lunch. We should be talking about a heavier meal. Where's lunch? Where are we getting lunch? After lunch, we should be getting something sweet. After something sweet, we should find a park and like walk a little bit because we had something sweet. And then we should get drinks. And then we can call it off. After we've been to at least 2 to 3 locations, then we can call it off. If not one location for a very long time. That's why I said in the last stream that like, or 2 streams ago, that like some people literally cannot give you everything that you need. Because I'm sure to like some of my acquaintances, like that was literally all the time that they have. And it wasn't enough. I'm like, that actually wasn't even enough for me, personally. Hang out until you're asked to leave. Yeah, but that's like embarrassing. I'm not asking to hold you hostage. I want you to hang out with me and want to also hang out with me for that long. I'm not begging anybody to just hang out with me. I'd rather fucking stay at home. I'm not doing that. Like, I can pick up on the hint. Like, when they were like, okay, I want to go home, I was like, okay, that's fine. And I went home. It's not that big of a deal. I was just like upset. I was thinking in a restaurant or location. Yes, that's how I hang out. That is my ideal environment. I think friends should hang out with each other, for me at least. You should know that you guys are close, or that the friendship is really working. Again, for me, when you don't even realize it's been 4 hours, you know what I mean? You shouldn't even realize that it's been 4 hours. That's why I was like, an hour was like nothing. And everyone was like, oh, we've been here for so long. And I was like, no, we haven't. Like, an hour is like, it's literally, quite literally nothing. Okay. In any case, that was my day. I just doing a bunch of errands, which were extremely tiring. Wow. Which is why I needed nap time. I need a bit of a nap. But I know where we are. But well then you're just weak then. I don't know what to tell you. You're just weak and you will not survive the winter. Don't really know what to tell you. Last time in the Mockingjay series, we read, I still cannot believe the fact that like I'm almost done with this book. Like, it's actually sick. What? Like, I genuinely like cannot believe I'm almost done with this book. I felt like I got through Mockingjay so fast. Okay, Jon Snow. I mean, you're not denying it. So, I feel like I just got through this book so fast compared to Catching Fire. I don't know. Maybe it's because there was so much Gale in it. There's so much Gale. It's so like front loaded with Gale Hawthorne. It just made me sick. I had to get through it. I had to push. Because because it feels, I don't know, this book to me feels like so heavy, and yet it's the exact same, like it's the same number of pages as Catching Fire. I don't know why, it just feels like so much. I feel like I got through it really, really fast. But last time in the Mockingjay book, Katniss and the gang, we lost everybody in the squad. There are like 4 people left in the squad, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. I thought Katniss like wrote it or said it before. Probably in the last chapter, the chapter before last. Let's flip through a couple pages. The chapter before last. Ooh. Everybody's dead. I know that. Like we lost. Was it? It was Castor who was Pollix's brother. We lost Finnegodare, and we will never be allowing Suzanne Collins to see the light of day because of it. Yeah, sick. Sick. Jackson is dead. Boggs is dead. Like 1 is dead. Like 2, I think, died as well. Like 2 died as well. Frankly, okay, I'll say it later. I'm not even gonna say that right now. I'll say it later. I'll say it later because it's more important later when we get to the end of the book. But it's just sick. Like, yeah, it's just Pollux, Gale, Cressida, Peta, and Katniss. That's literally it. Pollux, Gale, Cressida, Peta. Pollux, Gale, Cressida, Peta, Katniss. Yeah, 5. I don't know why my fingers were moving a different way. It's just the 5 of them, and they started out with a party of like 13, which is the numbers. And this also happened in like 10 minutes. It's been like quite literally 48 hours. Like shit hit the fan really bad. The number 1 regret again is Finnegodare, who is the best person ever, who is, and I'm just so sad that I mean, I'll get to it later, because I'll get to it later. But yeah, Finnegodare deserved to make it out of that sewer. I cannot believe that you wrote him to die in a sewer. You're sick, you're so sick. Being ripped apart by mutant lizards. You're so sick. Bullet to the head would have been better. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? You're sick. I just... truly awful. So, they survive the mutant lizards in the sewer. They get out of the sewer, and they disguise themselves in Capitol outfits, Capitol wigs, Capitol makeup, shoes, clothing, etc. And hide among the people that are trying to get to the main area. They're gonna talk about it, so I won't say why everybody's in a bit of a dizzy, but you know, they're looking for the Mockingjay, and they find help through Tigress, who, you know, if you've read A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, Tigress is actually like I wouldn't say a protagonist, but definitely a main character, which is very I have a lot of things to say about A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, but this is her. She ends up helping them. Long story short, she helps them, hides them in the back of her shop. They are low on blood, they're low on food, they're eating moldy cheese. It's not really looking good for them. This whole plan to assassinate President Snow is kind of a flop. They're feeling very residents know, because we've made it this far. We have to kill him. We have to do it. We can't let those that have died die in vain. So, amidst all of this, Peeta and Gale have a bit of a conversation. So I'm gonna read the last page or so, reread it, because I like this conversation. On page 328. A few hours later, I slip back into consciousness and become aware of a quiet conversation. Peeta and Gale. I can't stop myself from eavesdropping. Thanks for the water, Peeta says. No problem, Yo replies. I wake up 10 times a night anyway. To make sure Katniss is still here, asks Peeta. Something like that, Gale admits. There's a long pause before Peeta speaks again. That was funny, what Tigress said, about no one knowing what to do with her. Well, we never have, Gale says. They both laugh. It's so strange to hear them talking like this, almost like friends, which they're not, and never have been. Although, they're not exactly enemies. She loves you, you know, says Peeta. She as good as told me after they whipped you. Don't believe it, Gale answers. The way she kissed you in the quarter quell. Well, she never kissed me like that. It was just part of the show, Peeta tells him, although there's an edge of doubt in his voice. No. You won her over. Gave up everything for her. Maybe that's the only way to convince her you love her. There's a long pause. I should have volunteered to take your place in the first games. Protected her then. You couldn't, says Peeta. She'd never have forgiven you. You had to take care of her family. They matter more to her than her life. Well, it won't be an issue much longer. I think it's unlikely all three of us will be alive at the end of the war. And if we are, I guess it's Katniss's problem. Who to choose? Gale yawns. We should get some sleep. Yeah. I hear Peeta's handcuffs slide down the support as he settles in. I wonder how she'll make up her mind. Oh, that I do know. I can just catch Gale's last words through the layer of fur. Katniss will pick whoever she thinks she can't live without. Chapter 24. So I was saying at the end of the last stream, that I really just like this interaction, because it felt so, like, at the time when this book came out, it felt so like sacrilege to like have these two characters talking to each other, even though they're central characters to the plot. They just never interacted with each other, so it felt very weird to see them interact with one another. And I like the little nuances that they have. Honestly and truly, like the long pause and then immediately I should have volunteered to take your place after Gale says that you gave up everything for her, like almost as though Gale was putting it together that, like, damn, maybe if I went in the Hunger Games instead, Katniss would love me, you know. Like, I hate Gale. I don't know how many times I gotta say it, I hate Gale, but I really just like, I like that. It's like very simple. It's a very simple way of characterizing him. yo, hi, I hope you're doing well, Lavos, hi yo. It's a very simple way of characterizing him, and immediately, Peta doesn't really say, like, that he's wrong, but that, like, okay, we have to revisit this conversation, but revisit this later, but, like, doesn't really say that he's wrong, but that, like, it was kind of never gonna be him because she would have never allowed it. Because, like, something else that people don't understand about Katniss and Gale. I have to, man, I'm gonna have to get to it later. I'm gonna have to get to it later. I'm doing great. That's really good to hear. I'm gonna have to get to it later because I cannot stress how important, like, this ending is. So I cannot stress it. But, like, I cannot also stress, like, how, like, Gil was, like, never an option. Like, truly and honestly was, like, never an option. Like, if I've said it time and time and time and time again, but it's like he was there for necessity. They were together for necessity and not much else. Not saying that they didn't have a good friendship, but sometimes a friendship is built out of necessity, and that was it. The fact that they hadn't been on common ground the entire time while they were in 13 is, like, so telling. Like, once the pressures of life were just removed, right? Like, they had food, they had stability. Suddenly, they also had nothing in common. They also couldn't cohabitate. Like, yikes. Big yikes. But I'm ready to finish up the rest of this book. It's been long enough. So, trigger warnings for the rest of this book. If you're not aware, I don't know why you wouldn't be aware of the rest of Mockingjay, but murder, death and murder and death, gore, and Katniss Everdeen. Trigger warning, Katniss Everdeen. So, chapter 24, page 330. A chill runs through me. Am I really that cold and calculating? Gale didn't say. Katniss will pick whoever will break her heart to give up, or even whoever she can't live without. Those would have implied that I was motivated by a kind of passion, but my best friend predicts that I will choose the person who I think I can't survive without. There's not the least indication that love or desire or even compatibility will sway me. I'll just conduct an unfeeling assessment of what my potential mates can offer me, as if in the end it will be a question of whether a baker or a hunter will extend my longevity the most. It's a horrible thing for Gale to say, for Peta to not refute, especially when every emotion I have has been taken and exploited by the Capitol or the rebels. At the moment, the choice would be simple. I can survive just fine without either of them. Katniss ate that one a little bit. She ate that one up just a little bit. She ate that one up. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, it's the way I already want to get into the ending discussion. Ooh. In the morning, I have no time or energy to nurse my wounded feelings. During a pre-dawn breakfast of liver pate and fake cookies, we gather around Tigress's television for one of Beatty's break-ins. There's been a new development in the war. Apparently, inspired by the Black Wave, some enterprising rebel commander came up with the idea of confiscating people's abandoned automobiles and sending them unmanned down the streets. The cars don't trigger every pod, but they certainly get the majority. At around 4 in the morning, the rebels begin carving 3 separate paths, simply referred to as the A, B, and C lines, to the capital's hearts. As a result, they've secured block after block with very few casualties. This can't last, says Gail. In fact, I'm surprised they've kept it going so long. The capital will adjust by deactivating specific pods and then manually triggering them when their targets come in range. Almost within minutes of his prediction, we see this very thing happen on screen. A squad sends a car down a block, setting off 4 pods. All seems well. 3 scouts follow and make it safely to the end of the street, but when a group of 20 rebel soldiers follow them, they're blown to bits by a row of potted rose bushes in front of a flower shop. I bet it's killing Plutarch not to be in the control room on this one, says Peta. Beatty gives the broadcast back to the Capitol, where a grim-faced reporter announces the blocks that civilians are to evacuate. Between her update and the previous story, I am able to mark my paper map to show the relative positions of the opposing armies. I hear scuffling out on the street, move to the windows, and peek out a crack in the shutters. In the early morning light, I see a bizarre spectacle. Refugees from the now occupied blocks are streaming toward the Capitol center. The most panicked are wearing nothing but nightgowns and slippers, while the more prepared are heavily bundled in layers of clothes. They carry everything from lapdogs to jewelry boxes to potted plants. One man in a furry robe holds an overly ripe banana. Confused, sleepy children stumble along after their parents, most either too stunned or too baffled to cry. Bits of them flash by my line of vision, a pair of wide brown eyes, an arm clutching a favorite doll, a pair of bare feet bluish in the cold, catching on the uneven paving stones of the alley. Seeing them reminds me of the children who died fleeing the firebombs. I leave the window. The tigress offers to be our spy for the day, since she's the only one of us without a bounty on her head. After securing us downstairs, she goes into the Capitol to pick up any helpful information. Down in the cellar, I pace back and forth, driving the others crazy. Something tells me that not taking advantage of the flood is a mistake. What better cover could we have? On the other hand, every displaced person milling about on the streets means another pair of eyes looking for the 5 rebels on the loose. Then again, what do we gain by staying here? All we're really doing is depleting our small cache of food and waiting. For what? The rebels to take the capital. It could be weeks before that happens. And I'm not so sure what I'd do if they did. Not run out and greet them. Coin would have me whisked back to 13 before I could say nightlock, nightlock, nightlock. I did not come all this way and lose all those people to turn myself over to that woman. I killed Snow. Besides, there would be an awful lot of things I couldn't easily explain about the last few days, several of which, if they came to light, would probably blow my deal for the victor's immunity right out of the water. And forget about me. I've got a feeling some others are gonna need it. Like PETA, who, no matter how you spin it, can be seen on tape tossing Mitchell into that net pod. I can imagine what Coin's War Tribunal will do with that. By late afternoon, we're beginning to get uneasy about Tigress's long absence. Talk turns to the possibility that she has been apprehended and arrested, turned us in voluntarily, or simply been injured in a wave of refugees. But around 6 o'clock, we hear her return. There's some shuffling around upstairs, then she opens the panel. The wonderful smell of frying meat fills the air. Tigress has prepared us a hash of chopped ham and potatoes. It's the first hot food we've had in days, and as I wait for her to fill my plate, I'm in danger of actually drooling. As I chew, I try to pay attention to Tigress telling us how she acquired it, but the main thing I absorb is that fur underwear is a valuable trading item at the moment, especially for people who left their homes underdressed. Many are still out on the street, trying to find shelter for the night. Those who live in the choice apartments of the inner city have not flung open their doors to house the displaced. On the contrary, most of them bolted their locks, drew their shutters, and pretended to be out. Now the city circles packed with refugees, and the peacekeepers are going door to door, breaking into places if they have to assign house guests. On the television, we watch a terse-head peacekeeper lay out the specific rules regarding how many people per square foot each resident will be expected to take in. He reminds the citizens of the capital that temperatures will drop well below freezing tonight, and warns them that their president expects them to be not only willing, but enthusiastic hosts in this time of crisis. I'm back. I'm gonna sit up because I'm in a really bad sitting position. I don't know how I got like this. Okay, it's better. I was in a really bad sitting position. Then they show some very staged-looking shots of concerned citizens welcoming grateful refugees into their homes. The head peacekeeper says the president himself has ordered part of his mansion ready to receive citizens tomorrow. He adds that shopkeepers should also be prepared to lend their floor space if requested. I just started reading chapter 24, so honestly not much, but you do not want to miss the rest of because there's really not that much left. Like, you can hear it, like there's really not that much left. That's it. So we're gonna be getting through these pages pretty fast, and then it's discussion time. So I was actually thinking, damn, should I put a message in Discord? Probably. Probably. That was like, I am finishing this book. And if you miss it, then you miss it. Like, I'm not rereading it anymore. was like, dang, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, but I mean, I said all week that I was gonna finish this book. I said it literally all week. I was like, I'm gonna finish this book, so like, I'm gonna finish it. Hi, doctor. Hello. I said even said the last stream, I was like, I'm going to finish the book, there's like nothing left. But I put it in Discord, so I really truly feel like no responsibility if you miss stream. I feel like zero responsibility. I said it. Cause we're about to get into it. We're about to get into it. We're about to get into it. Thank you, Doctor. I do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Okay. The head peacekeeper says the president himself has ordered part of his mansion readied to receive citizens tomorrow. He adds that shopkeepers should also be prepared to lend their floor space if requested. Tigress, that could be you, says Peta. I realize he's right, that even this narrow hallway of a shop could be appropriated as the numbers swell. Then we'll truly be trapped in the cellar, in constant danger of discovery. How many days do we have? 1, maybe 2. The head peacekeeper comes back with more instructions for the population. It seems this evening there was an unfortunate incident where a crowd beat to death a young man who resembled Peta. Henceforth, all rebel sightings are to be reported immediately to authorities who will deal with the identification and arrest of the subject. Thank you for the thirsty redeem. This water bottle's heavy. If you hear me swallowing, it's just because like, I have a lot of spit in my mouth. It's not because I'm thirsty. Thanks much. Sorry, I can't stay to you. Hope I will see you again soon. Bye. It's totally fine. You're totally okay. Good night, good night. I mean, like, hopefully the VOD is up, so if you want to watch the VOD, it will be there. So don't worry too much about it. I do appreciate you coming in, checking in, as per you shoot well. Okay. Okay. Thank you, thank you. They show a photo of the victim. Apart from some obviously bleached curls, he looks about as much like Peta as I do. Okay. I gotta reread that line now. It's very funny to me. Apart from some obviously bleached curls, he looks about as much like Peta as I do. People have gone wild, Cressida murmurs. We watch a brief rebel update in which we learn that several more blocks have been taken today. I make note of the intersections on my map and study it. Line C is only 4 blocks from here, I announce. Somehow that fills me with more anxiety than the idea of the peacekeepers looking for housing. I become very helpful. Let me wash the dishes. I'll give you a hand. Gail collects the plates. I feel Peta's eyes follow us out of the room. In the cramped kitchen at the back of Tigress' shop, I fill the sink with hot water and suds. Do you think it's true, I ask, that Snow will let refugees into the mountain? Oh, how into the mansion? Mountain, whoa. I think he has to now, at least with the cameras, says Gail. I'm leaving in the morning, I say. I'm going with you, Gale says. What should we do with the others? Pollux and Cressida could be useful. They're good guys, I say. Pollux and Cressida aren't actually the problem. But Peta's too unpredictable, finishes Gale. Do you think he'd still let us leave him behind? We can make the argument that he'll endanger us, I say. He might stay here if we're convincing. Peta's fairly rational about our suggestion. He readily agrees that his company could put the other 4 of us at risk. I'm thinking, this may all work out, that he can just sit out of the war in Tigris' cellar when he announces he's going out on his own. To do what? Asks Cressida. I'm not sure exactly. The one thing that I might still be useful at is causing a diversion. You saw what happened to the man who looked like me, he says. What if you lose control? You mean go mud? Well, if I feel that coming on, I'll try to get back here. Who gets you again? Asks Gale. You don't even have a gun. I'll just have to take my chances, says Peta, like the rest of you. The two exchange a long look. Then Gale reaches into his breast pocket. He places his nightlock tablet in Peta's hand. Peta lets it lie on his open palm, neither rejecting nor accepting it. What about you? Don't worry. Beatty showed me how to detonate my explosive arrows by hand. If that fails, I've got my knife, and I'll have Katniss, says Gale with a smile. She won't give them the satisfaction of taking me alive. The thought of peacekeepers dragging Gale away starts the tune playing in my head again. Are you coming to the tree? Take it, Peta, I say in a strained voice. I reach out and close his fingers over the bill. No one will be there to help you. We spend a fitful night, woken by another's nightmares, minds buzzing with the next day's plans. I'm relieved when 5 o'clock rolls around, and we can begin whatever this day holds for us. We eat a mishmash of our remaining food, canned peaches, crackers, and snails, leaving 1 can of salmon for Tigris as a meager thanks for all she's done. The gesture seems to touch her in some way. Her face contorts in an odd expression, and she flies into action. She spends the next hour remaking the 5 of us. She redresses us so regular clothes hide our uniforms before we even don our cloaks and coats, covers our military boots with some sort of furry slippers, secures our wigs with pins, cleans off the garish remains of paint so we hastily apply to our faces and makes us up again, drapes our outerwear to conceal our weapons, and then gives us handbags and bundles of knickknacks to carry. In the end, we look exactly like the refugees fleeing the rebels. Never underestimate the power of a brilliant stylist, says Peta. It's hard to tell, but I think Tigris might actually blush under her stripes. There are no helpful updates on the television, but the alley seems as thick with refugees as the previous morning. Our plan is to slip into the crowd in 3 groups. First, Cressida and Pollux, who will act as guides while keeping a safe lead on us. Then Gale and myself, who intend to position ourselves among the refugees assigned to the mansion today. And then Peta, who will trail behind us, ready to create a disturbance as needed. Daggerus watches through the shutters for the right moment, unbolts the door, and nods to Cressida and Pollux. "Take care," Cressida says, and they are gone. "We'll be following in a minute." I get out the key, unlock Peta's cuffs, and stuff them in my pocket. He rubs his wrists, flexes them. I feel a kind of desperation rising up in me. It's like I'm back in the quarter quell with BD, giving Joanna and me that coil of wire. "Listen," I say. "Don't do anything foolish." "No. It's last resort stuff. Completely," he says. I wrap my arms around his neck. I feel his arms hesitate before they embrace me. Not as steady as they once were, but still warm and strong. 1,000 moments surge through me. All the times these arms were my only refuge from the world. Perhaps not fully appreciated them, but so sweet in my memory. And now, gone forever. "Alright, then." I release him. "It's time," says Tigress. I kiss her cheek, fasten my red hooded cloak, pull my scarf up over my nose, and follow Gale out into the frigid air. Sharp, icy snowflakes bite my exposed skin. The rising sun's trying to break through the gloom without much success. There's enough light to see the bundled forms closest to you and little more. Perfect conditions, really, except that I can't locate Cressida and Pollux. Gale and I drop our heads and shuffle along with the refugees. I can hear what I missed peeking through the shutters yesterday. Crying, moaning, labored breathing. And not too far away, gunfire. "Where are we going, Uncle?" a shivering little boy asks, a man weighed down with a small safe. "To the president's mansion. They'll assign us a new place to live," puffs the man. We turn off the alley and spill out onto one of the main avenues. "Stay to the right," a voice orders, and I see the peacekeepers interspersed throughout the crowd, directing the flow of human traffic. Scared faces peer out of the plate glass windows of the shops, which are already becoming overrun with refugees. At this rate, Tigress may have new house guests by lunch. It was good for everybody that we got out when we did. It's brighter now, even with the snow picking up. I catch sight of Cressida and Pollux about 30 yards ahead of us, plodding along with the crowd. I crane my head around to see if I can locate Peta. I can't, but I've got the eye of an inquisitive-looking little girl in a lemon-yellow coat. I nudge Gale and slow my pace ever so slightly to allow a wall of people to form between us. "We might need to split up," I say under my breath. "There's a girl." rips through the crowd, and several people near me slump to the ground. Screams pierce the air as a second round mows down another group behind us. Akil and I drop to the street, scuttle 10 yards to the shop, and take cover behind a display of spike-heeled boots outside a shoe seller's. A row of feathery footwear blocks Gale's view. "Who is it? Can you see?" he asked me. What I can see between alternating pairs of lavender and mint green leather boots is a street full of bodies. The little girl who's watching me kneels beside a motionless woman, screeching and trying to rouse her. Another wave of bullets slices through the chest of her yellow jacket, staining it red, knocking the girl onto her back. For a moment, looking at her tiny crumpled form, I lose my ability to form words. Gale prods me with his elbow. "Katniss, thank you for the pull on it and the red mod check. That wrist crack was really nice. Wow. Wow. Pointer finger, middle finger, ring finger, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm sitting up straight. I have my water bottle. Thanks much. They're shooting from the roof above us, I tell Gale. I watch a few more rounds, see the white uniforms dropping into snowy streets, trying to take out the peacekeepers, but they're not exactly crack shots. It must be the rebels. I don't feel a rush of joy. Although theoretically my allies have broken through, I am transfixed by that lemon yellow coat. If we start shooting, that's it, Gale says. The whole world will know it's us. It's true. We're armed only with our fabulous bows. To release an arrow would be like announcing to both sides that we're here. No. I say forcefully, we've got to get to snow. Then we better start moving before the whole block goes up, says Gale. Hugging the wall, we continue along the street. Only the wall is mostly shop windows. A pattern of sweaty palms and gaping faces presses against the glass. I yank my scarf up higher over my cheekbones as we dart between outdoor displays. Behind a rack of framed photos of snow, we encounter a wounded peacekeeper propped up against a strip of brick wall. He asks us for help. Gale kneels. Let me log in. Let me log in real quick. Because this isn't funny, but let me log in. Gale, I gotta start over. We encounter a wounded peacekeeper propped up against a strip of brick wall. He asks us for help. Gale knees him in the side of the head and takes his gun. At the intersection, he shoots a second peacekeeper, and we both have firearms. So, who are we supposed to be now? I ask. desperate citizens of the capital, says Gale. The peacekeepers will think we're on their side, and hopefully the rebels will have more interesting targets. I'm mulling over the wisdom of this latest rule as we sprint across the intersection, but by the time we reach the next block, it no longer matters who we are, who anyone is, because no one is looking at faces. The rebels are here, alright, pouring onto the avenue, taking cover in doorways, behind vehicles, guns blazing, hordes of voices shouting commands as they prepare to meet an army of peacekeepers marching towards us. Caught in the crossfire are the refugees, unarmed, disoriented, many wounded. A pod's activated ahead of us, releasing a gush of steam that parboils everyone in its path, leaving victims intestine pink and very dead. After that, what little sense of order there unravels as the remaining curlicules, thank you, I had to read that, curlicules of steam intertwine with the snow. Visibility extends just to the end of my barrel. Peacekeeper, rebel, citizen, who knows? Everything that moves is a target. People shoot reflexively, and I am no exception. Heart pounding, adrenaline burning through me. Everyone is my enemy except Gale, my hunting partner, the one person who has my back. There's nothing to do but move forward, killing whoever comes into our path, screaming people, bleeding people, dead people everywhere. As we reach the next corner, the entire block ahead of us lights up with a rich purple glow. We backpedal, hunker down in a stairwell, and squint into the light. Something's happening to those illuminated by it. They're assaulted by what? What boils? The skin. They are parboiled, which means they are basically steamed alive. I told you, death. Trigger warning, death. Gore. Especially in this last little bit, so they're assaulted by what? A sound, a wave, a laser. Weapons fall from their hands. Fingers clutch their faces as blood sprays from all visible orifices. Eyes, noses, mouths, ears. In less than a minute, everyone's dead, and the glow vanishes. I grit my teeth and run, leaping over bodies, feet slipping in the gore. The wind whips the snow into blinding swirls, but does not block out the sound of another wave of boots headed our way. Get down, I hiss at Gale. We drop where we are. My face lands in a still warm pool of someone's blood. But I play dead, remain motionless as boots march over us. Some avoid the bodies, others grind into my hand, my back, kick at my head in passing. As the boots recede, I open my eyes and nod to Gale. On the next block, we encounter more terrified refugees, but few soldiers, just when it seems we might have got a break. There's a cracking sound, like an egg hitting the side of a bowl, but magnified 1,000 times. We stop, look around for a pod. There's nothing. I feel the tips of my boots beginning to tilt ever so slightly. Run. There's no time to explain. But in a few seconds, The nature of the pod becomes clear to everyone. A seam has opened up down the center of the block. The two sides of the tiled street are folding down like flaps, slowly emptying the people into whatever lies beneath. I'm torn between making a beeline for the next intersection or trying to get to the doors that line the street and break my way into a building. As a result, I end up moving at a slight diagonal as the flap continues to drop. My feet are scrambling harder and harder to find birches on the slippering tiles. It's like running along the edge of an icy hill that gets steeper at every step. Both of my destinations, the intersection and the buildings, are a few feet away when I feel the flap going. There's nothing to do but use my last seconds of connection to the tiles to push off at the intersection. As my hands latch onto the side, I realize the flaps have swung straight down, my feet dangling in the air, no foothold anywhere. From 50 feet below, a vile stench hits my nose, like rotted corpses in the summer heat. Black forms crawl around in the shadows, silencing whoever survives the fall. A strangled cry comes from my throat. No one is coming to help me. I'm losing my grip on the icy ledge when I see I'm only about 6 feet from the corner of the pod. I inch my hands along the ledge, trying to block out the terrifying sounds from below. When my hands straddle the corner, I swing my right boot up over the side. It catches onto something, and I painstakingly drag myself up to street level. Panting, trembling, I crawl out and wrap my arm around a lamppost for an anchor, although the ground is perfectly flat. Gale, I call into the abyss, heedless of being recognized. Gale, over here. I look in bewilderment to my left. The flap held up everything to the very base of the building. A dozen or so people made it that far, and now hang from whatever provides a handhold, doorknobs, knockers, mail slots. 3 doors down from me, Gale clings to a decorative iron grating around an apartment door. He could easily get inside if it was open, but despite repeated kicks at the door, no one comes to his aid. Cover yourself. I lift my gun. He turns away, and I drill the lock until the door flies inward. Gale swings into the doorway, landing in a heap on the floor. For a moment, I experience the elation of his rescue. Then, the white-gloved hands clamp down on him. Gale meets my eyes, mouths something at me I can't make out. I don't know what to do. I can't leave him, but I can't reach him either. His lips move again. I shake my head to indicate my confusion. At any minute, they'll realize who they've captured. The peacekeepers are hauling him inside now. Go, I hear him yell. I turn and run away from the pod. All alone now. Gale, a prisoner. Cressida and Pollux could be dead 10 times over, and Peta, I haven't laid eyes on him since we left Tigerus. I hold on to the idea that he may have gone back, felt an attack coming, and retreated to the cellar while he still had control. Realized there was no need for a diversion when the capital has provided so many. No need to be paid, and have to take the night lock. The night lock. Gale doesn't have any. And as for all that talk of detonating his arrows by hand, he'll never get the chance. The first first thing the peacekeepers will do is strip him of his weapons. I fall into a doorway, tears stinging my eyes. Shoot me. That's what he was mouthing. I was supposed to shoot him. That was my job. That was our unspoken promise, all of us, to one another. And I didn't do it. And now the Capitol will kill him, or torture him, or hijack him. Or the cracks begin opening inside me, threatening to break me into pieces. I have only one hope, that the Capitol falls, lays down its arms, and gives up its prisoners before they hurt Gale. But I can't see that happening while Snow's alive. A pair of peacekeepers runs by, barely glancing at the whimpering Capitol girl huddled in a doorway. I choke down my tears, wipe the existing ones off my face before they can freeze, and pull myself back together. Okay. I'm still an anonymous refugee. Or did the peacekeepers who caught Gale get a glimpse of me as I fled? I remove my cloak and turn it inside out, letting the black lining show instead of the red exterior. Arrange the hood so it conceals my face. Grasping my gun close to my chest, I survey the block. There's only a handful of dazed-looking stragglers. I trail close behind a pair of old men who take no notice of me. No one will expect me to be with old men. When we reach the end of the intersection, they stop, and I almost bump into them. It's the city circle. Across the wide expanse ringed by grand buildings sits the president's mansion. The circle's full of people milling around, wailing, or just sitting and letting the snow pile up around them. I fit right in. I begin to weave my way across to the mansion, tripping over abandoned treasures and snow-frosted limbs. About halfway there, I become aware of the concrete barricade. It's about 4 feet high and extends in a large rectangle in front of the mansion. You would think it would be empty, but it's packed with refugees. Maybe this is the group that's been chosen to be sheltered at the mansion. But as I draw closer, I notice something else. Everyone inside the barricade is a child. Toddlers to teenagers, scared and frostbitten, huddled in groups or rocking numbly on the ground. They aren't being led into the mansion. They're being penned in, guarded on all sides by peacekeepers. I know immediately it's not for their protection. If the Capitol wanted to safeguard them, they'd be down in a bunker somewhere. This is for Snow's protection. The children form his human shield. There's a commotion, and the crowd surges to the left. I'm caught up by larger bodies borne sideways, carried off course. I hear shouts of the rebels, and no, they must have broken through. The momentum slams me into a flagpole and I cling to it. Using the rope that hangs from the top, I pull myself up. Out of the crush of bodies, yes. I can see the rebel army pouring into the circle, driving the refugees back onto the avenues. I scan the area for the pods that will surely be detonating, but that doesn't happen. This is what happens. A hovercraft, marked with a capital seal, materializes directly over the barricaded children. Scores of silver parachutes rain down on them. Even in this chaos, The children know what silver parachutes contain: food, medicine, gifts. They eagerly scoop them up, frozen fingers struggling with the strings. The hovercraft vanishes. 5 seconds pass. And then, about 20 parachutes simultaneously explode. A wail rises from the crowd. The snow's red and littered with undersized body parts. Many of the children die immediately, but others lie in agony on the ground. Some stagger around mutely, staring at the remaining silver parachutes in their hands, as if they still might have something precious inside. I can tell the peacekeepers didn't know this was coming by the way they're yanking away the barricades, making a path to the children. Another flock of white uniforms sweeps into the opening. But these aren't peacekeepers. They're medics. Rebel medics. I'd know the uniforms anywhere. They swarm in among the children, wielding medical kits. First, I get a glimpse of the blonde braid down her back. Then, as she yanks off her coat to cover a wailing child, I notice the ducktail formed by her untucked shirt. I have the same reaction I did the day Effie Trinket called her name at the reaping. At least, I must go limp, because I find myself at the base of the flagpole, unable to account for the last few seconds. And then, I am pushing through the crowd, just as I did before, trying to shout her name, above the roar. I'm almost there, almost to the barricade, when I think she hears me. Because for just a moment, she catches sight of me. Her lips form my name. And that's when the rest of the parachutes go off. Chapter 25. Debating. I'm like, should I just read chapter 25 like straight through and not say anything? Because I feel like you have to read chapter 25 after that. I'm like, I can't. I'm like, I feel like I have to just read chapter 25 and then we can talk about chapter 24 and chapter 25 together. So I'm just gonna read chapter 25 because everything I want to say, I have to read chapter 25. So, chapter 25, page 348. Real or not real, I am on fire. The balls of flame that erupted from the parachutes shot over the barricades through the snowy air and landed in the crowd. I was just turning away when one caught me, ran its tongue up the back of my body, and transformed me into something new, a creature as unquenchable as the sun. A fire mutt knows only a single sensation: agony. No sight, no sound, no feeling, except the unrelenting burning of flesh. Perhaps there are periods of unconsciousness, but what can it matter if I can't find refuge in them? I am Cinna's bird, ignited, flying frantically to escape something inescapable. The feathers of flame that grow from my body, beating my wings, only fans the blaze. I consume myself, but to no end. Finally, my wings begin to falter. I lose height, and gravity pulls me into a foamy sea, the color of Phoenix eyes. I float on my back, which continues to burn beneath the water, but the quiet is not okay. But the agony quiets the pain. When I am adrift, unable to navigate, that's when they come. The dead. The ones I loved fly as birds in the open sky above me, soaring, weaving, calling me to join them. I want so badly to follow them, but the seawater saturates my wings, making it impossible to lift them. Ultra M Slayer, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor right now. I also just want to say, I feel like I'm not gonna talk about like what really happened in chapter 24 right now. I'm just talking about the Mockingjay imagery. I really feel like, oh my god, I'm about to like cough directly into the microphone. But I really love the bird imagery throughout all three books, and I don't think I ever talked about it. I really truly adore it, and I think this entire monologue is really good, and I'm so sad. I'm so sad that it's not in the movies. Like, I really am truly sad. Ultra M Slayer, thank you. That's really sweet of you to say. You're gonna make me blush. Thank you. I could read this monologue over and over and over again. It's this one, and there's another one later that I've been saying is my favorite part of this entire book, and we're gonna get to it. But Katniss calling her body being engulfed in flames, and I think it's funny because if you look at the book, which you can't see right now, but each one of the books has a Mockingjay on it, like on the cover. Do you also do regular ASMR streams? I do now. I do regular, I don't know what a regular ASMR stream is, you know what I mean? Do you mean I don't know what a regular ASMR stream would be, because everybody does ASMR different, but I mean I do regular book reading ASMRs. Once I get a 3D IO, I will do ASMR pretty much every single week. After I get that, yeah, I will do I guess traditional ASMR, but I don't have one right now, so no, question mark. I meant trigger based. Then no. that's like more like 3D IO, which I don't have one, so I did not have one. Yeah, I was saying that I love that on all of the books that there's like a Mockingjay on the front, and I feel like they really correspond to like a state that Katniss is in. And on this one, it has the Mockingjay with its wings out, and I just feel like this monologue is like something about it like really captures me. Like it's just perfect in every way. Okay, I'm gonna reread the paragraph above. The ones I loved fly as birds in the open sky above me, soaring, weaving, calling me to join them. I want so badly to follow them, but the sea water saturates my wings, making it impossible to lift them. The ones I hated have taken to the water horrible scaled things that tear my salty flesh with needle teeth, biting again and again, dragging me beneath the surface. The small white bird, tinged in pink, dives down, buries her claws in my chest, and tries to keep me afloat. No, Katniss, no, you can't go. But the ones I hated are winning, and if she clings to me, she'll be lost as well. Prim, let go. And she finally does. Deep in the water, I'm deserted by all. There's only the sound of my breathing, the enormous effort it takes to draw the water in, push it out of my lungs. I want to stop. I want to try and hold my breath, but the sea forces its way in and out against my will. Let me die. Let me follow the others. I beg, whatever holds me here. There's no response. Trapped for days, years, centuries, maybe, dead, but not allowed to die. Alive, but as good as dead. So alone that anyone, anything, no matter how loathsome, would be welcome. But when I finally have a visitor, it's sweet. More fling, coursing through my veins, easing the pain, lighting my body, so that it rises back toward the air and rests again on the foam. Foam. Am I really on foam? I can feel it beneath the tips of my fingers, cradling parts of my naked body. There's much pain, but also something like reality. The sandpaper of my throat, the smell of burn medicine from the first arena, the sound of my mother's voice. These things frighten me, and I try to return to the deep to make sense of them, but there's no going back. Gradually, I am forced to accept who I am. A badly burned girl with no wings, no fire, and no sister. In the dazzling white Capitol Hospital, the doctors work their magic on me, draping my rawness in new sheets of skin, coaxing the cells into thinking they are my own, manipulating my body parts, bending and stretching the limbs to assure a good fit. I hear over and over again how lucky I am. My eyes were spared. Most of my face was spared. My lungs are responding to treatment. I will be as good as new. Memes now is not the time when my tender skin is toughened enough to withstand the pressure of sheets. More visitors arrive. The morphling opens the door into the dead and alive alike. Hamish, yellow and unsmiling. Cinna, stitching a new wedding dress. Deli, prattling on about the niceness of people. My father sings all 4 stanzas of the hanging tree and reminds me that my mother, who sleeps in a chair between shifts, isn't to know about it. One day, I wake to expectations and know I will not be allowed to live in my dreamland. I must take food by mouth, move my own muscles, make my way to the bathroom. A brief appearance by President Coyne clinches it. Don't worry, she says. I've saved him for you. The doctor's puzzlement grows over why I am unable to speak. Many tests are done, and while there's damage to my vocal cords, it doesn't account for it. Finally, Dr. Aurelius, yeah, a head doctor who comes up with a theory that I've become a mental rather than a physical avox, that my silence has been brought on by emotional trauma. Although he's presented with 100 proposed remedies, he tells them to leave me alone. So I don't ask about anyone or anything, but people bring me a steady stream of information. On the war. The Capitol fell the day the parachutes went off. President Coyne leans Panem now, and troops have been sent out to put down the small remaining pockets of Capitol resistance. On President Snow, he's being held prisoner, awaiting trial and most certain execution. On my assassination team, Cressida and Pollux have been sent out into the districts to cover the wreckage of the war. Gale, who took 2 bullets in an escape attempt, is mopping up peacekeepers in 2. Peta is still in the burn unit. He made it to the city circle after all. On my family, my mother buries her grief in her work. Having no work, grief buries me. All that keeps me going is Coyne's promise that I can kill Snow, and when that's done, nothing will be left. Eventually, I'm released from the hospital and given a room in the president's mansion to share with my mother. She's almost never there, taking her meals and sleeping at work. It falls to Hamish to check up on me, make sure I'm eating and using my medicines. It's not an easy job. I take to my old habits from 13, wandering unauthorized through the mansion, into bedrooms and offices, ballrooms and baths, seeking strange little hiding places, a closet of furs, a cabinet in the library, a long-forgotten bathtub in a room of discarded furniture. My places are dim and quiet and impossible to find. I curl up, make myself smaller, try to disappear entirely. Wrapped up in silence, slide my bracelet that reads mentally disoriented around and around my wrist. My name is Katniss Everdeen. I am 17 years old. My home is District 12. There is no District 12. I am the Mockingjay. I brought down the capital. President Snow hates me. He killed my sister. Now I will kill him, and then the Hunger Games will be over. Periodically, I find myself back in my room, unsure whether I was driven by a need for morphling or if a image fretted me out. I eat the food. I take the medicine. I am required to bathe. It's not the water I mind, but the mirror that reflects my naked, fire-mud body. The skin grafts still retain a newborn baby pinkness. The skin, deemed damaged but salvageable, looks red, hot, and melted in places. Patches of my former self gleam white and pale. I'm like a bizarre patchwork quilt of skin. Parts of my hair were singed off completely. The rest has been chopped off at odd lengths. Katniss Everdeen, the girl who was on fire. I wouldn't care much, except the sight of my body brings back the memory of the pain and why I was in pain and what happened just before the pain started, and how I watched my little sister become a human torch. Hi Billy, hi-oh, hi-hi. Closing my eyes, it doesn't help. The fire burns brighter in the darkness. Dr. Aurelius. I feel like that's not right. I feel like it's no. I'm gonna call him Aurelius. Dr. Aurelius shows up sometimes. I'm doing good. Thanks so much for asking. We're in the grief part of the book. So I'm not gonna comment until I get to the end of this chapter. And then I'll say my feelings on the last two chapters. Thanks for the thirst to redeem the pull on it and the Reddit mod check. Wow. Let's see. Let's see what's in my fingers. Pinky, ring finger, middle finger. That was a really good one. Pointer finger, and there's nothing in my thumb. Let's see. Had some cracks in there. Wow. Okay. Good stretch. And some water. Done. Also, thank you for the I'm just a little guy, because I am in fact just a little guy, and sometimes people talk about it. Dr. Aurelius shows up sometimes. I like him because he doesn't say stupid things, like how I'm totally safe, or he knows I can't see it, but I'll be happy again one day, or even that things will be better in Panem now. That water is so crisp, it's making me cough. He just asks if I feel like talking, and when I don't answer, he falls asleep in his chair. In fact, I think his visits are largely motivated by his need for a nap. The arrangement works for both of us. The time draws near, although I cannot give you exact hours and minutes. President Snow has been tried and found guilty, sentenced to execution. Amage tells me. I hear talk of it as I drift past the guards in the hallways. My Mockingjay suit arrives in my room. Also my bow, looking no worse for wear, but no sheath of arrows, either because they were damaged, or more likely, because I shouldn't have weapons. I vaguely wonder if I should be preparing for the event in some way, but nothing comes to mind. Late one afternoon, after a long period in a cushioned window seat behind a painted screen, I emerge and turn left instead of right. I find myself in a strange part of the mansion and immediately lose my bearings. Unlike the area where I'm quartered, there seems to be no one around to ask. I like it though. Wish I found it sooner. It's so quiet, with the thick carpets and heavy tapestry soaking up all the sound, softly lit, muted colors, peaceful. Until I smell the roses. I dive behind some curtains, shaking too hard to run, while I await the mutts. Finally, I realize there are no mutts coming. So what do I smell? Real roses. Could it be that I am near the garden where the evil things grow? As I creep down the hall, the odor becomes overpowering. Perhaps not as strong as the actual mutts, but pure, because it's not competing with sewage and explosives. I turn a corner and find myself staring at two surprise guards. Not peacekeepers, of course. There are no more peacekeepers. But not the trim, gray uniformed soldiers from 13 either. These two, a man and a woman, wear the tattered, thrown together clothes of actual rebels, still bandaged and gaunt. They are now keeping watch over the doorway to the roses. When I move to enter, their guns form an X in front of me. You can't go in, miss, says the man. Soldier, the woman corrects him. You can't go in, Soldier Everdeen. President's order. I just stand there, patiently waiting for them to lower their guns, for them to understand, without my telling them, that behind those doors is something I need. Just a rose, a single bloom to place in Snow's label before I shoot him. My presence seems to worry the guards. They're discussing calling Amage when a woman speaks up behind me. Let her go in. I know the voice, but can't place it immediately. Not seen, not 13, definitely not capital. I turn my head and find myself face to face with Baylor, the commander from 8. She looks even more beat up than she did at the hospital, but who doesn't? On my authority, says Baylor, she has the right to anything behind that door. These are her soldiers, not coins. They dropped their weapons without question and let me pass. At the end of a short hallway, I push apart the glass doors and step inside. By now, the smell is so strong that it begins to flatten out, as if there's no more my nose can absorb. The damp, mild air feels good on my hot skin, and the roses are glorious. Row after row of sumptuous blooms in lush pink, sunset orange, and even pale blue. I wander through the aisles of carefully pruned plants, looking but not touching, because I have learned the hard way how deadly these beauties can be. I know when I find it, crowning the top of a slender bush, a magnificent white bud just beginning to open. I pull my left sleeve over my hand so that my skin won't actually have to touch it. Take up a pair of pruning shears, and I've just positioned them on the stem when he speaks. That's a nice one. My hand jerks. The shears snap shut, severing the stem. The colors are lovely, of course, but nothing says perfection like white. I still can't see him, but his voice seems to rise up from an adjacent bed of red roses, delicately pinching the stem of the bud through the fabric of my sleeve. I move slowly around the corner. I don't hear anything, but I know it's coming. Like, I don't hear anything. I don't hear. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't hear shit. That was like a late response, but hi, hello, Dana. Hi, I was stream. Also, thank you so much, Matt Subdog, for the follow. I do appreciate it. I saw that as well. How was stream? How you doing? Memes, you've been replaced. I had it done automatically. It automatically went out. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, you don't. I automatically had it and it worked. I was actually very surprised. It did it as soon as the raid hit. I was like, that was beautiful. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss from me. Hi, hello raiders. Hi, I was stream. I was Sunhaven. My name is Pupp, so an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. So cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs, and those kisses were specifically for the raiders and the person that streamed. Not for the scrubs that are already here, but I promise I love the scrubs that are already here. I do. Most of the time. Generally, I do. Right now we're doing ASMR book reading, and I'm almost done with the Hunger Games Mockingjay, which is the last book in the Hunger Games series. We read through all 3 books. Hi, I was Sunhaven. I've been replaced by bots. It just works out easier for you to not do it, to be honest. It just works out easier for it to be automatic, frankly. Because you do fall asleep. Like, you know, people do fall asleep. Sometimes you're not here, and then I get rated, and I don't want to do the shout out, so it's just easier. But how is Sunhaven? I've never played that game before. I feel like I would like it, but I would really like it. Sunday event was fun, relaxing to be honest. Also, I had to raid and go, but I'm mega sleepy. Good night and good luck with the rest of the stream. Of course, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I was gonna say anyway, if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, please feel free to head out. Please feel free to leave, get out of here, and that applies to everybody, not just people that have raided, but you know, anybody that was here before, you're free to head out. ASMR is not for everyone. I'm not a traditional ASMRist, so if you're expecting traditional ASMR, exit stage left. It's not my thing. You know, not my thing, but you're totally free to exit, leave, you know, do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. You have my full express permission. I'm gonna add that RF, by the way, because I did not forget. Just distracted. I love your model and your voice is so cozy. Thank you so much. That makes me very happy for you to say. I'm gonna add a heart just for Matt. I'm gonna add it right here. I'm gonna add it right here. Yeah, so if anybody needs to head out, please go do that. I think the only reason why I didn't play Sunhaven was at the time I was looking at it, it like wasn't finished or something. Is Sunhaven like finished? Is Sunhaven done at this point? Like it's a fully developed game, or is it like in alpha or whatever? Or is it just like, are they still working on it? Oh yeah, it's been out for a while. Yeah, about a year ago. Yeah, so like I knew about it like way before, I think before 2023, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to play an unofficial game. I don't want to play a game that's like, you know, not done yet. So maybe I will play that one last year. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. It's the same thing with like Fields of Minstra, right? It's like, I know everybody's playing Fields of Minstra right now, and I'm feeling like hella FOMO, but I literally cannot play a game that's not done. Like I can't pay for it. I cannot pay for a game that's not done. I don't care that it's in like alpha. I just cannot finish it. I can't even bring myself to do it. So maybe I'll play Sunhaven instead, but I also have like so many cozy games that I have yet to finish. Like I still haven't finished or got to like a resolution on Friends of Mineral Town, so I really gotta get that together. Really gotta get that together. But yeah, I'm reading the rest of Mockingjay, so if you are, you know, sensitive to any of the themes that could come up in the Hunger Games, the idea of your min-max and prep work isn't efficient anymore. Wait, what are you saying? You have to just type that as a brand new sentence. I don't know what you're trying to say. You gotta type that as a brand new sentence. As a whole brand new sentence. But if you're sensitive to anything that could come up in this book, which includes death, murder, death, and murder, we only have like a tiny bit of the book left. And then afterwards, we're gonna have a discussion, and then I'm probably gonna start Coraline. So I'm probably gonna start reading Coraline, which is less murder and just, you know, a little creepy. Isn't a great thought for you. Not being efficient anymore. No, I like Friends of Mineral Town. It's just like I don't remember how to play it. So when I don't remember how to play a game, it makes me less likely to play the game. It's not like bad. I just don't really remember how to play. So, and also I need to at least have a kid first. So that's how I know that I'm towards the end of a game where it's like, okay, I can put this save file to rest after I've given birth. Yeah, especially I think the movies really tone it down a lot because there's like way more death in the books. I mean, we just read that last chapter. There's way more death in the books, and it's, yeah, pretty explicit. So if that's not your thing, exit stage left, totally fine, no hard feelings. Like, I feel no type of way about it. I like The Hunger Games. It's one of my favorite book series because of that, because they don't shy away from any details. It's very explicit, but if that's not your thing, you know, exit stage left. Because I'm gonna continue reading, because we got juicy last couple pages. Juicy. Okay, page 355. I'm just gonna reread. That's a nice one. My hand jerks. The shear snaps shut, severing the stem. The colors are lovely, of course, but nothing says perfection like white. I still can't see him, but his voice seems to rise up from an adjacent bed of red roses, delicately pinching the stem of the bud through the fabric of my sleeve. I move slowly around the corner and find him sitting on a stool against the wall. He's as well groomed and as finely dressed as ever, but weighed down with mechanicals. Kai, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. I hope you're doing well. Where's the heart? Wow. I'm gonna put it right here. Okay. Hi. Whoa. There's something in my eyeball. Okay. But weigh it down with mechanicals, ankle shackles, and tracking devices. In the bright light, his skin's a pale, sickly green. He holds a white handkerchief, spotted with fresh blood. Even in his deteriorated state, his snake eyes shine bright and cold. I was hoping you'd find your way to my quarters, his quarters. I have trespassed into his home the way he slithered into mine last year, hissing threats. With his bloody, rosy breath, this greenhouse is one of his rooms. Perhaps his favorite. Perhaps, in better times, he tended the plants himself. But now, it's part of his prison. That's why the guards halted me, and that's why Baylor let me in. I'd supposed he would be secured in the deepest dungeon that the capital has to offer, not cradled in the lap of luxury. Yet coin left him here to set a precedent, I guess, so that if in the future she ever fell from grace, it would be understood that presidents, even the most despicable, get special treatment. Who knows, after all, when her own power might fade? There are so many things we should discuss, but I have a feeling your visit will be brief. So first things first. He begins to cough. And when he removes the handkerchief from his mouth, it's redder. I wanted to tell you how very sorry I am about your sister. Even in my deadened, drugged condition, this sends a stab of pain through me, reminding me that there are no limits to his cruelty, and how he will go to his grave trying to destroy me. So wasteful, so unnecessary. Anyone could see the game was over by that point. In fact, I was just about to issue an official surrender when they released those parachutes. His eyes are glued on me, unblinking, so as not to miss a second of my reaction. But what he said makes no sense. When they release the parachutes, well, you really think you didn't think I gave the order, did you? Forget the obvious fact that if I had a working hovercraft at my disposal, I'd have been using it to make an escape. But that aside, what purpose could it have served? We both know I am not above killing children, but I'm not wasteful. I take life for very specific reasons, and there was no reason for me to destroy a pen full of capital children. None at all. I wonder if the next fit of coughing is staged so that I can have time to absorb his words. He's lying. Of course he's lying. But something is struggling to free itself from the lie as well. However, I must concede it was a masterful move on Coin's part. The idea that I was bombing our own helpless children instantly snapped whatever frail allegiance my people still felt to me. There was no real resistance after that. Did you know it aired live? You can see Plutarch's hand there in the parachutes. Well, it's the sort of thinking that you look for in a head game maker, isn't it? Snow dabs the corner of his mouth. I'm sure he wasn't gunning for your sister, but these things happen. I am not with Snow now. I'm in special weaponry back in 13 with Gale and Petey, looking at the designs based on Gale straps that played on human sympathies. The first bomb killed the victims, the second the rescuers, remembering Gale's words. Petey and I have been following the same rulebook President Snow used when he hijacked PETA. My failure, says Snow, was being so slow to grasp Coin's plan to let the capital and the districts destroy one another and then step in to take power with 13 barely scratched. Make no mistake, she was intending to take my place right from the beginning. I shouldn't be surprised. After all, it was 13 that started the rebellion that led to the Dark Days, and then abandoned the rest of the districts when the tide turned against it. But I wasn't watching Coin. I was watching you, Mockingjay, and you were watching me. I am afraid we have both been played for fools. I refuse for this to be true. Aru, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Your name is so cute, by the way. Thanks much. I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day night wherever you are. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor right now. Wow. I refuse for this to be true. Some things even I can't survive. I utter the first words since my sister's death. I don't believe you. Snow shakes his head in mock disappointment. Oh, my dear Miss Everdeen, I thought we had agreed not to lie to each other. Now we can talk about it. Okay, now we can talk about it. Now we can talk about it. Okay. When I read that for the first time, my mind was fucking blown because they told us all the way back in like part 1. They already told us in part 1 exactly what Gale and BD were thinking of. They already told us. And then you get to watch it play out in the worst way possible. It was all 13. It was always 13. Wow, the call is coming from inside the house. The call was coming from inside the house. Wow. Twist. It's so good though. It's actually so good. Like, because at first, I love this conversation with Snow because, I mean, I don't know, it's not like really a conversation because like Katniss isn't really saying anything, but she's saying everything by not saying anything. Because she knows from the beginning that, oh wait, hold on. Because she knows from the beginning that Snow is right. Because that's the thing about Snow and her, like they hate each other obviously, but they have a mutual respect for one another. Well, not a mutual respect, but like, yeah, kind of in a weird way. Like they kind of have this like weird dynamic that does have a bit of respect. Because like, why is Katniss even allowing him to talk? It's because she knows he's right. He's right, right? Like if you really thought that he was lying, right, you would just walk out. You'd be like, I'm not listening to this, or you'd try and kill him. But Katniss does neither one of those things because he's right and he's spitting. He's like, why would I kill capital children? That doesn't make any fucking sense, Katniss. Think about it. Think, Katniss, think. It's very much giving think, Mark, think, but like genuinely think about it, Katniss. Like, why would I bomb capital children? It would be in my best interest to look the most sympathetic, right? To house them, to take care of them, to feed them. Like I would never hurt children like that. I mean, I kill children in the games all the time. He admits it. He's like, yeah, I kill children. I'm not against that. But, which is crazy. That's a crazy ass line. He's like, yeah, I kill children all the time. I'm not above it. But I'm not wasteful. That was a wasteful move on my part. The call was coming from inside the house. All this time. Oh my god, all this time. I don't even know what to say. It's just so good. And damn, I'm like, should I talk about chapter 24? I'm gonna talk about Prim dying after I'm done reading the entire book, okay? Because like I said earlier that I said like in my last Hunger Games stream that I I stand by the fact that I stand by every single death that has happened except for Finnick O'Dare's, and I fully stand by this death. Like, and I'll explain why, but just after the book is done, okay? I fully stand by this death. It's like Macbeth writing. It's so good. It's like the best tragedy ever. It's just kiss. You know, it's just, oh, my heart bleeds when I think about Prim's death. Oh, it's so good. It's genuinely like chef's kiss. And I also love the fact that, like, Katniss throughout this entire chapter, right, has never said that it was Prim's death up until the very last page. Like, she's like, oh, I lost my sister. I don't have a sister. I am somebody without a sister. But she is not like she's dead up until this very last point, when she realizes that she was working with people that directly were responsible for her sister being gone. That's when she's like, okay, my sister is dead now. Like, she says everything but death. She's like, Snow killed my sister. She uses every other word except for death. Except for that moment when it becomes very real. I love the conversation with Snow. And also, I like it more in the books too, because Snow is like this character that, again, is almost like a concept of evil. You know, he's not even like really real most of the time, or he doesn't even feel real to the audience most of the time, up until Katniss sits down and she has a talk with him for the first time in Catching Fire. These two characters only ever talk to each other twice. Like, directly talk to each other twice. That's it. Everything else is just like mind games. You know, it's like mind games, messages, subliminals, and I find that very interesting. And I think it's done so much better than in the movies, because in the movies you're constantly seeing President Snow. You know, it's not like this like looming figure that's like above everything, and even sometimes like omnipresent. You're constantly seeing his face throughout all of the movies. He's constantly in conversations with Katniss, and I feel like that takes away like the mind games that they're playing with each other. The fact that like they don't even know what the other person is thinking, but like they're trying to figure it out always, you know. I personally like it way more in the books. That's just me. I understand the medium of movies, but I like it way more in the books. Okay. I'm gonna read chapter 26, and I'm going to try really hard to not say anything. I'm gonna try really hard to not say anything for chapter 26. And then I'll talk about it afterwards. Chapter 26, page 359. Out in the hall, I find Baylor standing in exactly the same spot. Did you find what you were looking for? She asked. I hold up a white bud in answer, and then stumble past her. I must have made it back to my room, because the next thing I know, I'm filling a glass with water from the bathroom faucet and sticking the rose in it. I sink to my knees on the cold tile and squint at the flower, as the whiteness seems hard to focus on in the stark fluorescent light. My finger catches the inside of my bracelet, twisting it like a tourniquet, hurting my wrist. I'm hoping the pain will help me hang on to the reality the way it did for Peta. I must hang on. I must know the truth. possibilities, although the details associated with them may vary. First, as I've believed, that the Capitol sent in the hovercraft, dropped the parachutes, and sacrificed its children's lives, knowing the recently arrived rebels would go to their aid. There's evidence to support this. The Capitol seal on the hovercraft, the lack of any attempt to blow the enemy out of the sky, and their long history of using children as pawns in their battle against the districts. Then there's Snow's account that a Capitol hovercraft manned by rebels bombed the children to bring a speedy end to the war. But if this is the case, wow, my voice is really trying to get super husky right now. But if this is the case, why didn't the Capitol fire on the enemy? Did the element of surprise? Silently Boo, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Like, the huskiness of my voice just keeps trying to like jump out. I have to push it back. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good night, day, whatever. Okay, I'm about a little hard. Did the element of surprise throw them? Had they no defenses left? Children are precious to 13 or so. It has always seemed. Well, not me, maybe. Once I had outlived my usefulness, I was expendable. Although, I think it's been a long time since I have been considered a child in this war. And why would they do it knowing their own medics would likely respond and be taken out by the second blast? They wouldn't. They couldn't. Snow's lying, manipulating me, as he always has, hoping to turn me against the rebels and possibly destroy them, yes. Of course. Then what's nagging at me? Those double exploding bombs for one, it's not that the Capitol couldn't have the same weapon, it's just that I'm sure the rebels did. Gale and Beatty's brainchild. Then there's the fact that Snow, Sheedar, thank you so much for the follow, thank you, I very much appreciate it. I do. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I went on a little heart in your honor. I hope that it's good. Pop that on. Okay. Thank you for redeeming the Milo Meow Meow before I started reading. Yeah. Thanks much. I do appreciate it. Gale and Beatty's brainchild. And then there's the fact that Snow made no escape attempt when I know him to be the consummate survivor. It seems hard to believe that he didn't have a retreat somewhere, some bunker stocked with provisions where he could live out the rest of his snaky little life. And finally, there's his assessment of Coin. What's irrefutable is that she's done exactly what he said. Let the Capitol and the districts run one another into the ground, and then sauntered in to take power. Even if that was her plan, it doesn't mean she dropped those parachutes. Victory was already in her grasp. Everything was in her grasp. Except me. I recall Boggs' response when I admitted I hadn't put that much thought into Snow's successor. If your immediate answer isn't coin, then you're a threat. You're the face of the rebellion. You may have more influence than any other single person. Outwardly, the most you've ever done is tolerated her. Suddenly, I'm thinking of Prim, who was not yet 14, not yet old enough to be granted the title of soldier, but somehow working on the front lines. How did such a thing happen? That my sister would have wanted to be there, I have no doubt. That she would have been more capable than many older than she is a given. But for all that, someone very high up would have had to approve putting a 13-year-old in combat. Did Coin do it, hoping that losing Prim would push me completely over the edge, or at least firmly on her side? I wouldn't even had to witness it in person. Numerous cameras would be covering the city circle, capturing that moment forever. No. Now I'm going crazy, slipping into some state of paranoia. Too many people would know of the mission. Word would get out, or wouldn't. Who would have to know, besides Coin, Blue Dark, and a small, loyal, or easily disposable crew? I badly need help working this out. Only everyone I trust is dead. Cinna, Boggs, Finnick, Prim. There's Peta, but he couldn't do any more than speculate. And who knows what state his mind's in anyway. That only leaves Gale. He's far away, but even if he were beside me, could I confide in him? What could I say? How could I phrase it without implying it was his bomb that killed Prim? The impossibility of that idea, more than any, is why Snow must be lying. Ultimately, there's only one person to turn to who might know what happened and still might be on my side. To broach the subject at all will be a risk, but while I think Hamish might gamble with my life in the arena, I don't think he'd rat me out to Coin, whatever problems we may have with each other. We prefer resolving our differences one-on-one. I scramble off the tiles, out the door, and across the hall to his room. When there's no knock, when there's no response to my knock, I push inside. Ugh. It's amazing how quickly he can defile a space. Half-eaten plates of food, shattered liquor bottles, and pieces of broken furniture from a drunken rampage scatter his quarters. He lies, unkempt and unwashed, in a tangle of bed sheets on the bed, passed out. Hamish, I say, shaking his leg. Of course, that's insufficient. But I give it a few more tries before I dump the pitcher of water in his face. He comes to with a gasp, slashing blindly with his knife. Thank you so much for the follow, Fire Wolves. Thank you. I do in fact appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I hope that it's good. Now I know this looks bad. Oh, yes. Let me keep reading. Let me keep reading. of Snow's reign didn't equal the end of his terror. "Oh, you," he says. I can tell by his voice. He's still loaded. "Hey, Mitch," I begin. "Listen to that. The Mockingjay found her voice." He laughs. "Well, Plutarch's gonna be happy." He takes a swig from a bottle. "Why am I soaking wet?" I lamely drop the pitcher behind me into a pile of dirty clothes. "I need your help," I say. Hey, Mitch belches, filling the air with white liquor fumes. "What is it, sweetheart? More boy trouble?" I don't know why, but this hurts me in a way Mitch rarely can. It must show on my face, because even in his drunken state, he tries to take it back. "Okay, not funny." I'm already at the door. Not funny. Come back." By the thud of his body hitting the floor, I assume he tried to follow me, but there's no point. I zigzag through the mansion and disappear into a wardrobe of silken things. Okay, I'm gonna forget to talk about this, but I just want to say, I know a lot of people think, okay, so like, I'm gonna forget to talk about it, I know, because like, there's other stuff that happens, so like, I'm just gonna have to say it now. People constantly misunderstand the quote-unquote romance stuff that happens. It's not really romance, it's Katniss having to be 17 and also be the face of a war. Like, Katniss is not allowed to have these feelings. Katniss feels, she says it in an earlier page where she's like, "I haven't been even treated like a child, this entire time." Tobias, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Katniss hasn't even been able to be treated like a child because the whole thing started like a year ago, like literally like a year ago. Katniss like can't even like a boy. Her first kiss happened on national television during a death game, like she was explaining in which chapter? It was chapter 24 probably, where it hurt her so bad to hear that. It hurt her so bad to hear that like Gail kind of thought of her as emotionless, when it's like she's kind of had to be emotionless. She's kind of had to like put her own feelings to the side and like not really consider like what it even means to like somebody. What does it mean to be in love? Which is why she struggles with her feelings towards Peeta so much throughout this entire thing, because everything has been used against her or been exploited, right? Even her own emotions have been exploited, televised, capitalized on. So like when she hears boy trouble, it's like he's throwing all of that back in her face and like minimizing her self-discovery, her exploitation. And I would leave too if I was her, to be honest. I'd be exiting the room in the exact same way. Thank you. I had to wait until that was over to put the heart on. I would be exiting the room too, because that was fucked up, and he should know that was fucked up because it happened to him. I know he's drunk, but like it happened to him too. That exploitation as a literal minor, so I would have left too. It's just like, it's another way to like traumatize Katniss, to literally use like her emotions against her. Yeah, which I like story-wise, but so sad for Katniss. So sad for Katniss. Okay, I just had to get that off my chest because I knew I was gonna forget to talk about it, because like I want to talk about something else that's gonna come up. I zigzag through the mansion and disappear into a wardrobe full of silken things. yank them from hangers until I have a pile, and then burrow into it. In the linen and the lining of my pocket, I find a stray morphling tablet and swallow it dry, eating off my rising hysteria. It's not enough to write things, though. I hear Hamish calling me in the distance, but he won't find me in his condition. Especially not in this new spot, swathed in silk. I feel like a caterpillar in a cocoon awaiting metamorphosis. I always supposed that to be his peaceful condition. At first it is, but as I journey into night, I feel more and more trapped, suffocated by slippery bindings, unable to emerge until I have transformed into something of beauty. I squirm, trying to shed my ruined body and unlock the secret to growing flawless wings. Despite enormous effort, I remain a hideous creature, fired into my current form by the blast from the bombs. The encounter with Snow opens the door to my old repertoire of nightmares. It's like being stung by jackers again, a wave of horrifying images. With a brief respite, I confuse with waking, only to find another wave knocking me back. When the guards finally locate me, I am sitting on the floor of the wardrobe, tangled in silk, screaming my head off. I fight them at first, until they convince me they are trying to help, peel away the choking garments and escort me back to my room. On the way, we pass a window, and I see a gray, snowy dawn spreading across the capital. A very hungover Hamish waits with a handful of pills and a tray of food that neither of us has the stomach for. He makes a feeble attempt to get me to talk again, but seeing it's pointless, sends me into a bath someone has drawn. The tub's deep, with 3 steps to the bottom. I ease down into the warm water and sit up to my neck in suds, hoping the medicines kick in soon. My eyes focus on the rose that has spread its petals overnight, filling the steamy air with its strong perfume. I rise and reach for a towel to smother it when there's a tentative knock. And the bathroom door opens, revealing 3 familiar faces. They try to smile at me, but even Venia can't conceal her shock at my ravaged mud body. Surprise! Octavia squeaks, and then bursts into tears. I'm puzzling over their reappearance when I realize that this must be it, the day of the execution. They've come to prep me for the cameras, remake me to Beauty Base 0. No wonder Octavia's crying. It's an impossible task. They can barely touch my patchwork of skin for fear of hurting me, so I rinse and dry off myself. I also just have to say, I really do not like, and I've said this before in another stream, I can't remember which one, but I really do not like the fact that in the movies, Katniss Everdeen is never bruised. She's never, like, She never has any scars. She never has anything on her body. They like completely like skim over that entirely. Like Jennifer Lawrence looks gorgeous all the time. Perfect, beautiful. I really appreciate the fact that like Katniss is just as quote unquote broken on the inside as she is on the outside. Like her inside and outside reflects. And I also hate the fact that like quote unquote disabled bodies, we've already talked about disability in the Hunger Games and how it's so good in the books and really bad in the movies, but like disabled bodies are never shown in movies, and Katniss to an extent is a disabled character, and it makes me very upset that like her physical form is not represented in that way. It makes me very mad. Like, I love the fact that like there was quite literally no reason for Suzanne Collins to like have Katniss have like burn scars that don't heal, or like scars in general that just don't ever heal. Like she could have made them heal, you know. They never bring up the hearing thing. Yeah, I mean they like Katniss is deaf for the first book, after the explosion with Rue, but they fix it in Catching Fire towards the end of the book / Catching Fire. So she's not deaf again, but it throws her off, and it's a moment that she's scared about for a while. I think it gets referenced again in Catching Fire, where she's nervous about ever losing her hearing like that again. It traumatizes her, right? Like there's a trauma in disability too that I appreciate that gets touched on. And Peta stays disabled throughout the rest of the books. Thank you, Auntie Mac. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Peta is a main character that is disabled and stays disabled throughout the rest of the books. He becomes disabled in the first games, and he is disabled. He has his leg cut off, and he wears a prosthetic for the rest of the books. And I love that. My disabled king. My disabled king. I Okio Dreams, hello. Yeah, he's disabled for the rest of the books, and it's just not a thing in the movies. Like Peta's leg, we watched the first movie on stream. Peta's like leg just gets fixed in the first movie, and that's it. And it's really fucking annoying. Super fucking annoying, because like Peta's disability is so important to his character too. But like whatever, we don't have time. I gotta finish the rest of this book, but I appreciate the fact that like Katniss is the face of the rebellion, and that she is scarred, and that she is imperfect. Katniss Everdeen is an imperfect character in a society that worships cleanliness, beauty, whatever. I really appreciated that. Like it's an obvious thing to do, but they didn't do it in the movies, so very clearly it's not an obvious thing to do. I just appreciate it. Like Katniss has her hair fucked up constantly throughout the books, and she's still seen has her hair fucked up, her skin fucked up, whatever. And also what I like about that too is that Katniss Everdeen is somebody that is, again, like visibly scarred, and she is still seen as desirable. Again, she is being exploited, but she is still seen as desirable. That's important. Peeta Mellark is a disabled character that he is disabled. That's important to his character, but also it's not exactly who he is. It's not everything that he is. He is his compassion, he is his kindness, he is his mind, you know, he is his thoughtfulness, his disabilities. The disabilities are important to have, but they do not define these characters. And also I appreciate, like I was saying earlier, the fact that like Katniss is physically scarred and still seen as desirable. I feel like you never see that in media. Same thing with Peta. Like Peta is disabled but still seen as like a desirable person to be with, a desirable partner, and you never see that in media. Usually it's like if someone is disabled or scarred physically or imperfect in any way, shape, or form, it's like, oh, they're because you feel bad for them. But throughout these books, that's not the case. There are other qualities that define them, that make them desirable outside of their disability and despite it, and I appreciate that. And that's not in the movies. Anyway, my rant is over. Let's read this book. Oh, I'm gonna rant again because I forgot about this. I'll get to it. They barely touch my patchwork of skin for fear of hurting me. So I rinse and dry off myself. I tell them I hardly notice the pain anymore, but Flavius still winces as he drapes a rope around me. In the bedroom, I find another surprise, sitting upright in a chair, polished from her metallic gold wig to her patent leather high heels gripping a clipboard, remarkably unchanged, except for the vacant look in her eyes. Effie, I say. Hello, Katniss, she says. She stands and kisses me on the cheek, as if nothing has occurred since our last meeting the night before the quarter quell. Well, it looks like we've got another big day ahead of us. So why don't you start your prep, and I'll just pop over and check on the arrangements. Okay, I say to her back. They say Plutarch and Amage had a hard time keeping her alive, comments Fenrir under her breath. She was imprisoned after your escape, so that helps. It's quite a stretch. Effie Trinket, rebel. But I don't want Coin killing her, so I make a mental note to present her that way, if asked. I guess it's good Plutarch kidnapped you three after all. Katniss. Katniss, it's not funny. I guess it's good Plutarch kidnapped you three after all. We're the only prep team still alive. And all the stylists from the quarter quell are dead, says Venia. She doesn't say who specifically killed them. I'm beginning to wonder if it matters. She gingerly takes one of my scarred hands and holds it out for inspection. Now, what do you think for the nail? Red, or maybe a jet black? Flavius performs some beauty miracle on my hair, managing to even out the front while still getting some of the longer locks to hide the bald spots in the back. My face, since it was spared from the flames, presents no more than the usual challenges. Once I'm in Cinna's Mockingjay suit, the only scars visible are on my neck, forearms, and hands. Octavia secures my Mockingjay pin over my heart, and we step back to look in the mirror. I can't believe how normal they've made me look on the outside, when inwardly I'm such a wasteland. There's a tap at the door, and Gale steps in. Can I have a minute? He asks. In the mirror, I watch my prep team. Unsure of where to go, they bump into one another a few times, and then closet themselves in the bathroom. Gale comes up behind me, and we examine each other's reflection. I'm searching for something to hang on to, some sign of the girl and boy who met by chance in the woods 5 years ago and became inseparable. dreams had not reaped the girl. If she would have fallen in love with the boy, married him even, and sometime in the future, when the brothers and sisters had been raised up, escaped with him into the woods, and left wealth behind forever, would they have been happy out in the wild, or with the dark, twisted sadness between them, have grown up even without the capital's help? I brought you this. Gale holds up a sheath. When I take it, I notice it holds a single, ordinary arrow. It's supposed to be symbolic. You firing the last shot of the war. What if I miss? I say. Does Coin retrieve it and bring it back to me? Or just shoot Snow through the head herself? You won't miss. Gale adjusts the sheath on my shoulder. We stand there, face to face, not meeting each other's eyes. You didn't come see me in the hospital. He doesn't answer. So I finally just say it. Was it your bomb? I don't know. Neither does Beatty, he says. Does it matter? You'll always be thinking about it. He waits for me to deny it. I want to deny it, but it's true. Even now, I can see the flash that ignites her, feel the heat of the flames, and I will never be able to separate that moment from Gale. My silence is my answer. That was the one thing I had going for me. Taking care of your family, he says. Shoot straight, okay? He touches my cheek and leaves. I want to call him back and tell him that I was wrong. That I'll figure out a way to make peace with this, to remember the circumstances under which he created the bomb, take into account my own inexcusable crimes, dig up the truth about who dropped the bombs, prove it wasn't the rebels, forgive him. But since I can't, I'll just have to deal with the pain. Effie comes in to usher me to some kind of meeting. I collect my bow, and at the last minute, I remember the rose glistening in its glass of water. When I open the door to the bathroom, I find my prep team sitting in a row on the edge of the tub, hunched and defeated. I remember I am not the only one whose world has been stripped away. Come on, I tell them. We've got an audience waiting. I'm expecting a production meeting in which Plutarch instructs me to stand and gives me my cue for shooting Snow. Instead, I find myself sent into a room where 6 people sit around a table. Beta, Joanna, Beatty, Hamish, Annie, and Ebenara. They all wear the gray rebel uniforms from 13. No one looks particularly well. What's this? I say. We're not sure, Hamish answers. It appears to be a gathering of the remaining victors. We're all that's left, I ask. The price of celebrity, says Beatty. We were targeted from both sides. The Capitol killed the victors they suspected of being rebels. The rebels killed those thought to be allied with the Capitol. Joanna scowls at Ebenara. So what's she doing here? She is protected under what we call the Mockingjay deal, says Coin as she enters Mind Me, wherein Katniss Everdeen agreed to support the rebels in exchange for captured victors' immunity. Wow. Mouthful. Katniss has upheld her side of the bargain, and so shall we. Ebenara smiles at Joanna. Don't look so smug, says Joanna. We'll kill you anyway. Sit down, please, Katniss, says Coin, closing the door. I take a seat between Annie and Beatty, carefully placing Snow's rose on the table. As usual, Coin gets right to the point. I've asked you here to settle a debate. Today, we will execute Snow. In the previous weeks, hundreds of his accomplices in the oppression of Panem have been tried and now await their own deaths. However, the suffering in the districts has been so extreme that these measures appear insufficient to the victims. In fact, many are calling for a complete annihilation of those who held capital citizenship. However, in the interest of maintaining a sustainable population, we cannot afford this. Through the water in the glass, I see a distorted image of one of Peeta's hands. The burn marks. We are both fire mutts now. My eyes travel up to where the flames licked across his forehead, singeing away his brows, but just missing his eyes. Those same blue eyes that used to meet mine and then flit away at school, just as they do now. So, an alternative has been placed on the table. Since my colleagues and I can come to no consensus, it has been agreed that we let the victors decide. A majority of 4 will approve the plan. No one may abstain from the vote, says Coin. What has been proposed is that in lieu of eliminating the entire capital population, we have a final, symbolic Hunger Games, using the children directly related to those who held the most power. All 7 of us turned to her. What? Says Joanna. We hold another Hunger Games, using the capital children, says Coin. Are you joking? Asks Peeta. No. I should also tell you that if we do hold the games, it will be known it was done with your approval, although the individual breakdown of your votes will be kept secret for your own security, Coin tells us. Was this Plutarch's idea? Asks Hamish. It was mine, says Coin. It seemed to balance the need for vengeance with the least loss of life. You may cast your votes. No. Bursts out Peta. I vote no, of course. We can't have another Hunger Games. Why not? Joanna retorts. It seems very fair to me. Snow even has a granddaughter. I vote yes. So do I, says Ebenara, almost indifferently. Let them have a taste of their own medicine. This is why we rebelled. Remember? Peta looks at the rest of us. Annie. I vote no with Peta, she says. So would Finnick, if he were here. But he isn't, because Snow's mutts killed him, Joanna reminds her. No, says Beatty. It would set a bad precedent. We have to stop viewing one another as enemies. At this point, unity is essential for our survival. No. We're down to Katniss and Hamish, says Coin. Was it like this then? 75 or so years ago, did a group of people sit around and cast their votes on initiating the Hunger Games? Was there dissent? Did someone make a case for mercy that was beaten down by the calls for the deaths of the district's children? The scent of Snow's rose curls up into my nose, down into my throat, squeezing it tight with despair. All those people I loved, dead, and we're discussing the next Hunger Games in an attempt to avoid wasting life. Nothing has changed. Nothing will ever change now. I weigh my options carefully, think everything through. Keeping my eyes on the rose, I say, I vote yes. For Brim. Hamish. It's up to you, says Coin. A furious Peta hammers Hamish with the atrocity he could become party to, but I can feel Hamish watching me. This is the moment then, when we find out exactly just how alike we are, and how much he truly understands me. I'm with the Mockingjay, he says. Excellent. That carries the vote, says Coin. Now, we really must take our places for the execution. As she passes me, I hold up the glass with the rose. Can you see that Snow's wearing this just over his heart? Coin smiles. Of course. And I'll make sure he knows about the games. Thank you, I say. People sweep into the room, surround me. The last touch of powder, the instructions from Plutarch as I'm guided to the front doors of the mansion. The city circle runs over, spills people down the side streets. The others take their places outside. Guards, officials, rebel leaders, victors. I hear the cheers that indicate Coin has appeared on the balcony. Then Effie taps my shoulder, and I step out into the cold winter sunlight. Walk to my position, accompanied deafening roar of the crowd. As directed, I turn so they see me in profile and wait. When they march Snow out the door, the audience goes insane. They secure his hands behind a post, which is unnecessary. He's not going anywhere. There's nowhere to go. This is not the roomy stage before the training center, but the narrow terrace in front of the president's mansion. No wonder no one bothered to have me practice. He's 10 yards away. I feel the bow burring in my hand. Reach back and grasp the arrow. Position it. Aim at the rose, but watch his face. He coughs, and a bloody dribble runs down his chin. His tongue flicks over his puffy lips. I search his eyes for the slightest sign of anything. Fear, remorse, anger. But there's only the same look of amusement that ended our last conversation. It's as if he's speaking the words again. Oh, my dear Miss Everdeen, I thought we had agreed not to lie to each other. He's right. We did. The point of my arrow shifts upward. I release the string, and President Coin collapses over the side of the balcony and plunges to the ground, dead. Chapter 27. Another twist. A gag. Gagged. I love the end of this book. 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 I'm not gonna say anything. Damn, how do I want to proceed? Okay, let me read. I'm deciding. I'm debating. I'm deciding. Okay, I'm gonna read because I feel like I said at the start of stream, like once you start reading the last couple chapters, you really just have to read them like back to back until the book is done, because like your questions will be answered in the next chapter. So I'm not gonna talk about that Mac because it's literally gonna be answered in this chapter. Like I'm literally not gonna talk about that because the answer is literally it just happened. Your answer just happened. So let me just read chapter 27. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna pause sporadically because this is the last chapter of the Hunger Games. So I'm gonna read and I'll pause when I feel like it's necessary. Oh my god, it was going really quiet. Oh, it's just me. Okay. I feel like that rain could be a little bit louder. My gosh. There we go. Scaring me. What? It's like. Chapter 27, page 373. Also, is my voice now, before I start, is my voice still above the rain? I just turned it up just a tiny bit because it felt really quiet. I just need a yes or a no. My voice just needs to be above the rain, that's all. Thank you. Okay, perfect. the stunned reaction that follows, I'm aware of one sound: Snow's laughter, an awful, gurgling crackle, accompanied by an eruption of foamy blood when the coughing begins. I see him bend forward, spewing out his life, until the guards block him from my sight. As the gray uniforms begin to converge on me, I think of what my brief future as the assassin of Pan Am's new president holds: the interrogation, probable torture, certain public execution. Having yet again to say my final goodbyes to the handful of people who still maintain a hold on my heart. The prospect of facing my mother, who will now be entirely alone in the world, decides it. Good night, I whisper to the bow in my hand and feel it go still. I raise my left arm and twist my neck down to rip off the bill on my sleeve. Instead, my teeth sink into flesh. I yank my head back in confusion to find myself looking into Peeta's eyes, only they now hold my gaze. Blood runs from the teeth marks on the hand he clamped over my nightlock. Let me go, I snarl at him, trying to wrest my arm from his grasp. I can't, he says, as they pull me away from him. I feel the pocket rip from my sleeve, see the deep violet bill fall to the ground, watch Cinna's last gift get crunched under a guard's boot. I transform into a wild animal, kicking, clawing, biting, doing whatever I can to free myself from this web of hands as the crowd pushes in. The guards lift me up above the fray where I continue to thrash as I am conveyed over the crush of people. I start screaming for Gale. I can't find him in the throng, but he will know what I want. A good clean shot to end it all. Only there's no arrow, no bullet. Is it possible he can't see me? No. Above us, on the giant screens placed around the city circle, everyone can watch the whole thing being played out. He sees, he knows, but he doesn't follow through, just as I didn't when he was captured. Sorry excuses for hunters and friends, both of us. I'm on my own. Okay, I have to just say, fucking insane that Katniss. Okay, so Katniss assassinates the president, which is really funny because this, if you didn't know, if you couldn't remember, this last section is called The Assassin. It's part 3, The Assassin. And then it gets explained in the last chapter, like Katniss was the assassin the whole time. You thought it was, you thought Katniss was supposed to be killing Snow, like going to assassinate Snow, right? But no, Katniss assassinated Coin. But I just think it's funny that she was like, yes, and then afterwards I will kill myself via nightlock pill. And she really thought that, like, no one was gonna stop her, like, and to be fair, no one was gonna stop her, except Peeta was right there. Like, in her head, she was like, I'm saying goodbye to everybody that I love, and she's like gonna swallow this pill, the pill that Peeta knows what it is. Like, Peeta knows that's the fucking suicide pill. And like Peeta is like right next to her. comedy. It's like a comedy. Of all people, like literally no one was gonna stop her except for Peta, because that's what they do. They protect each other. Call back, call back, call back, call back to their conversation in the pipes. Call back to their conversation in the pipes. It's so good. It's so good. Peta is so funny. He's like, I wish I could. I wish I could. He's like, I can't. Well, by the way, he is biting, or she is biting him like a rabid dog. Like a literal rabid dog. Insanity, which by the way is not in the movies if you watch Mockingjay. Oh, and for Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I do in fact appreciate it. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. If you watch the movies, it's actually kind of funny in the movies because he just like slaps it out of her hand. And she's like watching him like, what the fuck? And then she gets like dragged away. But I like the scene in the book obviously better because like she was like, he like clamped that shit and like was not gonna let go. He clamped it and she had to be dragged away, kicking and screaming. His hand is bloody. Like once again, Katniss Everdeen owes Peter Millark her life. The parallels to every single book. Once again, Peter Millark. That's my savior. That's my savior. That's the love of my life, Peter Millark. I'm Carry On. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. I'm about to have a coughing fit. 1 second. I'm going in and out of having coughing fits because the water I've been drinking is so crisp. It's too crisp. I know you're about to redeem a thirsty, but that's a part of the problem. I already knew it was coming. It's not because I'm thirsty, it's because of the water. You're okay. It's also because the seasons are changing. I'm gonna put on my art, by the way. I'm Carry On. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. It's because the seasons are changing, so my asthma is acting up. So when I drink cold drinks, it makes me like wheeze. It makes me wheeze. So, and I know people would just tell me, why don't you just drink like a lukewarm drink? And I would ask you, does that sound like a good idea to you? Does that, like a lukewarm drink, does that sound like something that's refreshing? No? Okay, next caller. Like when I say that, people are like, yeah, just drink water that's like room temperature. And it's like, are you fucking crazy? What? That's the craziest fucking shit you've said to me all day. Room temperature water, what the fuck? I'd rather eat Nightlock. Rather quite bitterly eat Nightlock. Okay. Let me crack my fingers. That's my thumb. That is my pointer finger, middle finger, ring finger, and oh, that was a good one. And my pointer, middle, ring, pinky, and there's nothing left to my thumb. Yeah, people are really weird. I mean, I know you're saying it as a joke, but like honestly and genuinely, people are like really weird about disabled people. Where they're like, yeah, just do this thing that's like really inconvenient as a second option, and it's like, okay, I can just drink the cold water knowing that it's gonna make me wheeze. It's fine. I'm not like a baby. I can handle wheezing. I'm fine. I can handle coughing a little bit. It's okay. I want to drink ice cold water. It's refreshing. Speaking of ice cold water, just thought that was really funny. It's like, did she really not think that, like, Peter Malark? Did she really not think that Peter Malark wasn't going to slap that fucking death pill out of her hand? Is she fucking crazy? And it's funny too that, like, right after this happens, she immediately is like, okay, fuck Peter, Gail. After they had that tense ass scene where they were in the bathroom together and she was like, yeah, Gail's basically dead to me, our friendship is dead, our lives together are dead, I'm never gonna be able to, like, speak to Gail ever again. And Gail knows it too, because he made the bomb that killed her sister. So he's like, yeah, that was the only thing I had going for me. It was the fact that I protected your family, and now I've killed your sister, so yeah, you're gonna eat me for the rest of your life. Oh well. Like, Katniss can't just help herself. Okay, let me cough really quick and then I'll continue. Okay. In the mansion, they handcuffed me and blindfold me. Hi Dom, it's your first time here and I'm happy to have you here. Also, hi Doctor. I'm half dragged, half carried, down long passages, up and down elevators, and deposited on a carpeted floor. The cuffs are removed and a door slams closed behind me. When I push the blindfold up, I find I am in an old room at the training center. The one where I lived during those last precious days before my first Hunger Games and the Quarter Quell. The bed stripped to the mattress. The closet gapes open, showing the emptiness inside. But I'd know this room anywhere. Thank you for the Thirsty Redeem. I've got to put that Thirsty Redeem on a timer. I've got to put on a timer. I'll do that one of these days. I'm gonna have to put that on like a 30-minute cooldown. One of these days, I'll go back. Maybe tonight after stream, I'll fix it. But thank you. I'm just saying that because, like, sometimes I drink water and then immediately I get another Thirsty Redeem, and I'm like, I really. I heard Louise fighting, yeah. Louise is fighting me, like, violently. It's like violently fighting me. But it is also like the season too, like my body can tell that it's getting to fall. Thank you. A tiny schlorp, just a baby one. Alright. The closet keeps open, showing the emptiness inside, but I'd know this room anywhere. It's a struggle to get to my feet and peel off my Mockingjay suit. I'm badly bruised and might have broken a finger or two, but it's my skin that's paid most dearly for my struggle with the guards. The new pink stuff is shredded like tissue paper, and blood seeps through the laboratory-grown cells. No medics show up though, and I'm as far too gone to care. I crawl up onto the mattress, expecting to bleed to death. No such luck. By evening, the blood clots, leaving me stiff and sore and sticky, but alive. I limp into the shower and program in the gentlest squat under the warm spray, elbows on my knees, head in my hands. My name is Katniss Everdeen. Why am I not dead? I should be dead. It would be best for everyone if I were dead. When I step out onto the mat, the hot air bakes my damaged skin dry. There's nothing clean to put on. Not even a towel to wrap around me. Back in my room, I find the Mockingjay suit has disappeared. In its place is a paper robe. A meal has been sent up from the mysterious kitchen with a container of my medications for dessert. I go ahead and eat the food. Take the pills, rub the slab on my skin. Now, I need to focus on the manner of my suicide. I curl back up on the bloodstained mattress. Not cold, but feeling so naked with just the paper to cover my tender flesh. Jumping to my death's not an option. The window glass must be a foot thick. I can make an excellent noose, but there's nothing to hang myself from. It's possible I could hoard my pills and then knock myself off with a clean, lethal dose. Except that I'm sure I'm being watched around the clock. For all I know, I'm on live television at this very moment, while commentators try to analyze what could possibly have motivated me to kill Coin. That's why I was like laughing, because like that's literally what I was thinking. Yes, but yes, unironically, yes. The surveillance makes almost any suicide attempt impossible. Taking my life is the capital's privilege. Again, what I can do is give up. I resolve to lie on the bed without eating, drinking, or taking my medication. I could do it. Just die. If it weren't for the morphling withdrawal. Not bit by bit, like in the hospital in 12, but cold turkey. I must have been on a fairly large dosage, because when the craving for it hits, accompanied by tremors and shooting pains and unbearable cold, my resolve's crushed like an egg. I'm on my knees, raking the carpet with my fingernails to find those precious pills I flung away in a stronger moment. I revised my suicide plan to slow death by morphling. I will become a yellow-skinned bag of bones with enormous eyes. I'm a couple of days into the plan, making good progress, when something unexpected happens. I begin to sing. At the window, in the shower, in my sleep, hour after hour of ballads, love songs, mountain airs, all the songs my father taught me before he died. For certainly, there has been very little music in my life since. What's amazing is how clearly I remember them. The tunes, the lyrics, my voice, at first rough, breaking on the high notes warms up into something splendid. A voice that would make the mockingjays fall silent and then tumble over themselves to join in. Days pass, weeks. I watch the snow fall on the ledge outside my window. And in all that time, mine is the only voice I hear. What are they doing anyway? What's the holdup out there? How difficult can it be to arrange the execution of one murderous girl? I continue with my own annihilation. My body is thinner than it's ever been, and my battle against hunger is so fierce that sometimes the animal part in me gives in to the temptation of buttered bread or roasted meat, but still, I'm winning. For a few days, I feel quite unwell, and I think I may finally be traveling out of this life when I realize my morphling tablets are shrinking. They're trying to slowly wean me off the stuff. But why? Surely a drugged Mockingjay will be easier to dispose of in front of a crowd. Oh, and then a terrible thought hits me. What if they're not going to kill me? What if they have more plans for me? A new way to remake, train, and use me. I won't do it. If I can't kill myself in this room, I will take the first opportunity outside of it to finish the job. They can fatten me up. They can give me a full body polish, dress me up, and make me beautiful again. They can design dream weapons that come to life in my hands. But they will never again brainwash me into the necessity of using them. I no longer feel any alliance to these monsters called human beings. I despise being one myself. I think that PETA was onto something about us destroying one another and letting some decent species take over, because something is significantly wrong with a creature that sacrifices its children's lives to settle its differences. You can spin it in any way you like. Snow thought the Hunger Games were an efficient means of control. Coin thought the parachutes would expedite the war. But in the end, who does it benefit? No one. The truth is, it benefits no one to live in a world where these things happen. After 2 days of my lying on my mattress with no attempt to eat, drink, or even take a morphling tablet, the door to my room opens. Someone crosses around the bed into my field of vision. "Hey, Mitch. Your trial's over," he says. "Come on. We're going home." Home? What's he talking about? My home's gone. And even if it were possible to go to this imaginary place, I am too weak to move. Strangers appear. Rehydrate and feed me, bathe and clothe me. One lifts me like a rag doll and carries me up to the roof onto a hovercraft and fastens me into a seat. Mitch and Plutarch sit across from me. In a few moments, we're airborne. I have never seen Plutarch in such a good mood. Citri, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. 1469, I love that number. It's a good nice number. We love 69. It's a good number. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day night wherever you are. I couldn't help myself. I hope you're having a good day night wherever you are. I hope that it's good. I hope that you're feeling good. I'm gonna put your heart right here. Alright. I've never seen Plutarch in such a good mood. He's positively glowing. You must have a million questions. When I don't respond, he answers them anyway. After I shot coin, there was pandemonium. When the ruckus died down, they discovered Snow's body, still tethered to the post. Opinions differ on whether he choked to death while laughing or was crushed by the crowd. No one really cares. An emergency election was thrown together, and Paler was voted in as president. Plutarch was appointed Secretary of Communications, which means he sets the programming for the airwaves. The first big televised event was my trial, in which he was also a star witness. In my defense, of course, although most of the credit for my exoneration must be given to Dr. Aurelius, who apparently earned his naps by presenting me as a hopeless, shell-shock lunatic. One condition for my release is that I'll continue under his care, although it will have to be by phone, because he'd never live in a forsaken place like 12, and I'm confined there until further notice. The truth is, no one quite knows what to do with me now that the war is over. Although, if another one should spring up, Plutarch is sure they could find a role for me. And then Plutarch has a good laugh. It never seems to bother him when no one else appreciates his jokes. Are you preparing for another war, Plutarch? I ask. Oh, not now. Now we're in that sweet period where everyone agrees that our recent wars should never be repeated, he says. But collective thinking is usually short-lived. We're fickle, stupid beings with poor memories and a great gift for self-destruction. Although, who knows, maybe this will be it, Katniss. What? I ask. The time it sticks. Maybe we are witnessing the evolution of the human race. Think about that. I mean, and then he asked me if I'd like to perform on a new singing program he's launching in a few weeks. Something upbeat would be good. He'll send the crew to my house. We land briefly in District 3 to drop off Plutarch. He's meeting with Beatty to update the technology on the broadcast system. His parting words to me are, "Don't be a stranger." When we're back among the clouds, I look at Haymitch. So, why are you going back to 12? They can't seem to find a place for me in the capital either, he says. At first, I don't question this, but doubts begin to creep in. Haymitch hasn't assassinated anyone. He could go anywhere. If he's coming back to 12, it's because he's been ordered to. I said Kari. Kari. Oh, Kari. Oh, wait. Ki. Kar. Ki. Ra. Na. Ki. Ra. Na. Kirana. Kira. Kirana. Kirana. Okay, thank you so much for the follow, Kirana. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Okay. If he's coming back to 12, it's because he's been ordered to. You have to look after me, don't you? As my mentor. He shrugs. Then I realize what it means. My mother's not coming back. No. He says. He pulls an envelope from his jacket pocket and hands it to me. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to read a book on stream. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to read a book. I mean, it's just a book. Copyrighted the book. I don't think copyright works that way. I don't think it works that way at all. Copyright doesn't work that way because I'm transforming it by commentary as well as me reading it, which is a different way of presenting the book. If I just put the book on screen, I guess if I just like flipped pages of the book and didn't say anything and didn't do anything, yeah, that would be like copyright of the book. But that's not how copyright works. In that case, like every YouTuber ever that uses any other media would be in violation of copyright infringement. But through use of fair use, you get around that by transforming it in some way, shape, or form. That would be like so. That would be like so insane. I saw you read a book on stream. Your channel is gone. Your channel is gone. Because I heard the Hunger Games on stream. That would be so wild. Okay. No, he says. He pulls an envelope from his jacket pocket and hands it to me. I examine the delicate, perfectly formed writing. She's helping to start a hospital in District 4. She wants you to call as soon as we get in. My fingers trace the loop of the letters. Don't you find it quite ironic? Yeah, you might say that might have been my entire concept. Yes. you might say that might be my entire concept. One would say. One might say that actually that's the point. One would say that. My finger traces the graceful. Let's start all over. Wow. My finger traces the graceful swoop of the letters. You know why she can't come back? Yes, I know why. Because between my father and Prim and the ashes, the place is too painful to bear. But apparently not for me. Do you want to know who else won't be there? No, I say. I want to be surprised. Like a good mentor, Hamish makes me eat a sandwich and then pretends he believes I'm asleep for the rest of the trip. He busies himself going through every compartment on the hovercraft, finding liquor and stowing it away in his bag. It's night when we land on the green of the victor's village. Half of the houses have lights in the windows, including Hamish's and mine. Not Peta's. Someone has built a fire in my kitchen. I sit in the rocker before it, clutching my mother's letter. Well, see you tomorrow, says Hamish, as the clinking of his bag of liquor, bottles, fades away. I whisper, I doubt it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can definitely head out. It's totally fine. I mean, if anybody needs to head out at any reason, anytime, you're like totally fine to like get out of here, you know, skedaddle, do whatever you gotta do. I'm not holding you hostage. You're perfectly fine to like take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you. I'm unable to move from my chair. The rest of the house looms cold and empty and dark. I pull an old shawl over my body and watch the flames. I guess I sleep, because the next thing I know, it's morning, and Greasy Say's banging around at the stove. She makes me eggs and toast, and sits there until I've eaten it all. We don't talk much. Her little granddaughter, the one who lives in her own world, takes a bright blue ball of yarn from my mother's knitting basket. Greasy Say tells her to put it back, but I say she can have it. No one in this house can knit anymore. After breakfast, Greasy Say does the dishes and leaves. But she comes back at dinner time to make me eat again. I don't know if she's just being neighborly or if she's on the government's payroll, but she shows up twice every day. She cooks, I consume. I try to figure out my next move. There's no obstacle now to taking my life, but I seem to be waiting for something. Sometimes the phone rings and rings and rings, but I don't pick up. Hamish never visits. Maybe he changed his mind and left, although I suspect he's just drunk. No one comes but Greasy Say and her granddaughter. After months of solitary confinement, they seem like a crowd. Spring's in the air today. You ought to get out, she says. Go hunting. I haven't left the house. I haven't even left the kitchen, except to go to the small bathroom, a few steps of it. I'm in the same clothes I left the Capitol in. What I do is sit by the fire, stare at the unopened letters piling up on the mantel. I don't have a bow. Check down the hall, she says. After she leaves, I consider a trip down the hall. so as to not awaken the ghosts. In the study, where I had my tea with President Snow, I find a box with my father's hunting jacket, our plant book, my parents' wedding photo, the spile Hamish sent in, and the locket Peeta gave me in the clock arena. The 2 bows and a sheath of arrows Gale rescued on the night of the firebombing lie on the desk. I put on the hunting jacket and leave the rest of the stuff untouched. I fall asleep on the sofa in the formal living room. A terrible nightmare follows, where I am lying at the bottom of a deep grave, and every dead person I know by name comes by and throws a shovel full of ashes on me. It's quite a long dream, considering the list of people, and the deeper I'm buried, the harder it is to breathe. I try to call out, begging them to stop, but the ashes fill my mouth and nose, and I can't make any sound. Still, the shovel scrapes on and on and on. I wake with a start. Pale morning light comes around the edges of the shutters. The scraping of the shovel continues. Still half in the nightmare, I run down the hall, out the front door, and around the side of the house, because now I'm pretty sure I can scream at the dead. When I see him, I pull up short. His face is flushed from digging up the underground. By the windows, in a wheelbarrow, there are 5 scraggly bushes. You're back, I say. Dr. Aurelius wouldn't let me leave the capital until yesterday, Peeta says. By the way, he said to tell you he can't keep pretending he's treating you forever. You have to pick up the phone. He looks well, thin, covered with burn scars like me. But his eyes have lost that clouded, tortured look. He's frowning slightly, though, as he takes me in. I make a half-hearted attempt to push my hair out of my eyes and realize it's matted into clumps. I feel defensive. What are you doing? I went to the woods this morning and dug these up. For her, he says. I thought we could plant them along the side of the house. I look at the bushes, the clods of dirt hanging from their roots, and catch my breath as the word rose registers. I'm about to yell vicious things at Peeta when the full name comes to me. Not plain rose, but evening primrose, the flower my sister was named for. I give Peeta a nod of assent and hurry back into the house, locking the door behind me. But the evil thing is inside, not out. Trembling with weakness and anxiety, I run up the stairs. My foot catches on the last step, and I crash onto the floor. I force myself to rise and enter my room. The smell's very faint, but still laces the air. It's there. The white rose among the dried flowers in the vase, shriveled and fragile, but holding on to that unnatural perfection cultivated in Snow's greenhouse. I grab the vase, stumble down to the kitchen, and throw its contents into the embers. As the flowers flare up, a burst of blue flame envelops the rose and devours it. Fire beats roses again. I smash the vase on the floor for good measure. Whoa. I don't know why. I just heard it. Wow. I know it's gonna be like a quick second, but I see that the raid is coming in. Wow, thank you. Wow. I don't know why they're being so slow today. It's gonna sound. It's going to sound, wow. Yeah, oh wow, I don't even hear it. I don't know where my alerts are. I feel like it's gonna come later, but Nixie Sleepy Boys coming in. We do love Sleepy Boys. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow, thank you. I do really appreciate it. Wow. I don't know why my alerts are like, they're like flopping tonight, because I don't know if it's gonna trigger or not. Actually, maybe I'm glad that the song hasn't triggered. Wow, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you. I'm gonna read everybody's name in a quick second, but thank you. I do really appreciate it. How was stream? What were you doing? It said it like forever ago. I'm pretty sure it would be ASMR, but yeah, it was ASMR. How was stream? What were you doing? Hi, hello readers. My name is Bobcats. I am an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. So cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns. They, them, theirs. I'm gonna be real for you a second. I didn't read your rules because I wanted to be first to do raid message. Is there a place I can read them? Yeah, you can just hit exclamation point rules. I'm pretty sure it's the command, or you can just look in my about me and my rules are there. And all of my rules are there. If you look under my about me, it's like a short one. If you hit exclamation point rules. Wow, thank you so much for the read. I see the alerts in a little pink, but no song, I believe. Yeah, it's super weird. Tonight it's like not playing. I mean, it's kind of better that you didn't get the song tonight. It's kind of better that you didn't get the song tonight, because it's a little bit loud. It's a little tiny bit loud. She was cozy. I got randomly rated, so I'm passing along the love. I do really appreciate it, Nixie. I really do. I can't remember if I said what I need to say, but yeah, I use they, them pronouns. They, them, theirs. I'm non-binary. And right now we were reading the final chapter in the Hunger Games. So I read the entire Hunger Games trilogy on stream, and this is just the last one. We're in the home stretch. I have like just a couple of pages left, quite literally, before stream is done. Chibi Mono's also adorable. Thanks much. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad stream was good. What type of ASMR were you doing? Were you also book reading? Were you doing triggers? I'd love to know. A fun fact about me, I'm not a traditional ASMRist. I just like to do what I like to do, if that makes sense. I don't do triggers. I just like whispering, and that's primarily what I do, and I like book reading. I eventually hope to like get a 3DIO, and then I would like to do a bunch of different streams like that. So a bunch of different streams like that. But yeah, more of like a variety VTuber. I feel like I always forget to say that. The entire trilogy is wild. Yeah, I read the whole thing from top to bottom. It's been really fun. I really liked it. I started reading Hunger Games earlier this year, like before I went on vacation, before the summer started. And we got through 2 books, and then I went on vacation in like June, like middle of June, and I got back and I was like, alright, Mockingjay, we're gonna wrap it up. So we're finally, this is the last stream for the Hunger Games, so we're done. After that, do the gong. Why would I do the gong? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not doing the gong. The gong only happened. I don't know why you're trying to get me to do this gong when I only allowed it for that last stream. Also, I do really, we got there right for the end, it seems. Yeah, so if you've never read the Hunger Games before, I would honestly genuinely really recommend. Thank you, Mr. Dino. I would honestly really recommend you read it in your own time. It's a really good book series. You can probably get the entire book series, like hardcover copy. You can probably get the entire book for like $15 at your local like bookstore, because it's pretty old, even though it's like one of the most popular book series of all time. But you can probably get it for like $15. The whole thing, it's great. I would really recommend it, because I'm about to like read the rest of it, and it's straight up spoilers. So if you're not interested in knowing the ending, I would also recommend that you head out. And also, if you are hungry, tired, and or sleepy, and that applies to Nixie or anybody who just came in with a raid, feel free to head out, take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you. You are not obligated to stay here and listen to me read the rest of the I don't know, my hands feel so weird. The rest of the, I'm gonna put on a little bit of hand sanitizer. The rest of the Mockingjay book, you can like go out and take care of yourself. Also, thank you for the my little meow meow. Yeah. Okay. You definitely don't have to do that. You can go take care of yourself. Go do whatever feels good for you. Yeah. Because we really care about physical and mental health here. So if you need to like take care of yourself in any way, shape, or form, please feel free to get out of here. Take care of yourself. We really care about that. It's more important. So go do that. And that applies to everybody. You don't need my permission, but I'm giving it to you because some people feel like they need my permission. I'm Russian. I'm not Russian, and this is an English only chat, so you are gonna have to keep it in English. But thank you for telling me. I do appreciate you telling me. I have like a ton of hearts to put on for every single person that follows, so we'll see how many we get through before I run out of space. We'll see how many I run out of space. We'll see. I want to do that before I forget or go back into the book. So thank you, Chicken Nugget, Tor, for following. I'm gonna put on this heart like over here to do every single person before. So yeah, Nixie, if you're like super tired and you're like, oh, I can't I need to go to bed, like get out of here, it's no big deal. I have just a couple of pages left, and I had planned to start reading Coraline tonight, but I don't think we're gonna get to that, to be honest. Maybe because we're gonna do a little debrief after. Thank you also, Viper72. Your heart goes over here for the follow. Thanks much. Thank you, not Nagi, for the follow as well. Your heart goes ABCDFG over here. Also, I have memory loss issues, so if I forget what I'm doing, it's because I quite literally cannot remember. It's not like I'm playing a prank. I literally cannot remember what I just said. Thank you so much for the follow, Ray Yuki. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Your heart goes right there. Thank you. Edor kick. Edor chic. I probably said that very wrong, but I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. I hope everybody's having a good day, night, wherever you are. I really do mean that. Again, feel free to leave if you need to. Thank you so much, Demi. Demi Espalo, thank you. Your heart goes there. CC Briante. Wait, oh my god, CCI oh wow, it's like throwing me. Your username is like throwing me. Just a little bit, but I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. I'm gonna put yours right here. Boom. Also thank you, Talent Gain. I didn't thank you for the Kirby earlier, but I did see it, so thanks much. I always appreciate a good Kirby. Wow. Alright. How many hearts can I fit? This one's for Talon over here. And Fresh Joe, thank you. I also appreciate the follow. I'm gonna do one. Where's this one gonna go? This one's gonna go right here on my nose. Whoa. Thanks much. This one's gonna go right here on my nose. Like right here. Right here on my nose. Yeah. And then thank you, Rasta Pasta. I'm gonna get around to it, I promise. I'm eventually gonna catch up on chat. So if you've said anything, I can't see it, but I'm eventually gonna get there. I'm gonna put one on my cheek for Rasta. Alright, I think we got up. I think we got here. We definitely got up. Oh, hearts. I think you said art for new followers. No, it's hearts for new followers. Thank you, Peter96, for the follow. I might, and then after that, you know, I don't know. But while I still have room for hearts, I'm gonna add them. So, and then there's always room. Womp. Wait. There we go. Now I really feel the love. Alright. Now I'm good. I feel like I've caught up more or less. I must have been here before because I have over 1k channel points. I may have passed out, been brought by a raid in the past. I guess you were meant to be here, honestly. You were meant to be here if you've been brought before. I'll hunker down here for as long as I can. I mean, like, I'm probably gonna stream for a little bit longer, so feel free to hunker down if you really want to, or exit. Either way is fine by me. I really don't understand. I know it's an English only chat is what I'm trying to say. That's it. Alright. I feel like I'm all caught up. If I've been starred, please let me know. But yeah, again, if you need to leave, feel free. I do really appreciate the raid. I do. But I'm not holding you hostage. There is no rope. At least, you know. At least tonight, there is no rope. Maybe in the future, I'll tie you down and then you won't be able to leave. But for tonight, no rope. You're all good. You can exit stage left. And if you've never read the Hunger Games before, trigger warning for, I guess in this like last part, trauma, mental illness. Normally I say death, war, death, and death. But in this like last little bit, it's pretty much just the end of it. So I need to know when that stream is gonna be. What stream? When I hold you down. I put rope over you. Yeah, it's February 30th. Just put that in your calendars. You had my curiosity, now I have your attention. Alright. Yeah, just put it in your calendars like February 30th. I'm definitely down for that, don't worry. Alright, I'm gonna go back to reading. I literally have like less than 5 pages left before the end of the book, so I want to make sure I get through it. Again, if you don't want spoilers for the quite literal end of the entire series, like, feel free to head out. I don't want to spoil it for you. Okay. I don't even know where I was. I don't even know where I was. Over here. Okay. On page 383. Back upstairs. I throw open the bedroom windows to clear out the rest of Snow's stench. But it still lingers on my clothes and in my pores. I strip, and flakes of skin the size of playing cards cling to the garments. Avoiding the mirror, I step into the shower and scrub the roses from my hair, my body, my mouth. Bright pink and tingling, I find something clean to wear. It takes half an hour to comb out my hair. Oh, I forgot to say, sorry to break your immersion, but I forgot to say, I'm also an 18+ streamer, so if you are a minor, I need you expeditiously to leave. I'm 18+, I don't want you to be here if you're 17 and below, thank you. So if you are a baby, please leave. You make me uncomfortable, come back when you're 18, thank you. Alright. It takes me half an hour to comb out my hair. Greasy Say unlocks the front door. While she makes breakfast, I feed the clothes I had shed to the fire. At her suggestion, I pare off my nails with a knife. Over eggs, I ask her, "Where did Kale go?" "District 2. Got some fancy job there. I see him now and again on television," he says. I dig around inside myself, trying to register anger, hatred, longing. I find only relief. "I'm going hunting today," I say. "Well, I wouldn't mind some fresh game at that," she answers. I arm myself with a bow and arrows and head out, intending to exit 12 through the meadow. Near the square are teams of masked and gloved people with horse-drawn carts. Sifting through what lay under the snow this winter, gathering remains. A cart's parked in front of the mayor's house. I recognize Tom, Gail's old crewmate, pausing a moment to wipe the sweat from his face with a rag. I remember seeing him in 13. He must have come back. His greeting gives me the courage to ask, "Did they find anyone in there?" "Whole family. And the 2 people who worked for them," Tom tells me. Madge. Quiet and kind and brave. The girl who gave me the pin that gave me my name. I swallow hard. Wonder if she'll be joining the cast of my nightmares tonight. Shoveling the ashes into my mouth. Refresh and all, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I do really appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor wherever there's space. There's always space. There's a little bit of space. Like, where do I want to put it? I like symmetry, so I'm gonna put it right here. Yes, Yes, that feels about appropriate. Yes. That feels about right. Thanks much. I hope you're doing well. I thought maybe since he was the mayor, I don't think being the mayor of 12 put the odds in his favor, says Tom. I nod and keep moving, careful not to look in the back of the cart. All through the town and in the scene, it's the same. The reaping of the dead. As I near the ruins of my old house, the road becomes thick with carts. The meadow's gone, or at least dramatically altered. A deep pit has been dug, and they're lining it with bones. A mass grave for my people. I skirt around the hole and enter the woods at my usual pace. It doesn't matter though. The fence isn't charged anymore and has been propped up with long branches to keep out the predators. But old habits die hard. I think about going to the lake, but I am so weak that I barely make it to my meeting place with Gale. I sit on the rock where Cressida filmed us, but it's too wide without his body beside me. Several times, I close my eyes and count to 10, thinking that when I open them, he will have materialized without a sound, as he so often did. I have to remind myself that Gale's into with a fancy job, probably kissing another pair of lips. It is the old Katniss's favorite kind of day, early spring. The woods awakening after a long winter, but the spurt of energy that began with the primroses fades away. By the time I make it back to the fence, I am so sick and dizzy, Tom has to give me a ride home in the dead people's cart. Help me to my sofa in the living room, where I watch the dust motes spin in the thin shafts of afternoon light. My head snaps around to this, but it takes a while to believe he's real. How could he have gotten here? I take in the claw marks from some wild animal. The back paw he holds slightly above the ground, the prominent bones in his face. He's come on foot then, all the way from 13. Maybe they kicked him out. Or maybe he just couldn't stand it there without her, so he came looking. It was the waste of a trip. She's not here, I tell him. Buttercup hisses again. She's not here. You can hiss all you like. You won't find Prim. At her name, he perks up, raises his flattened ears, begins to meow hopefully. Get out. He dodges the pillow I throw at him. Go away. There's nothing left for you here. I start to shake, furious with him. She's not coming back. She's never, ever coming back here again. I grab another pillow and get to my feet to improve my aim. Out of nowhere, the tears begin to pour down my cheeks. She's dead. I clutch my middle to dull the pain, sink down on my heels, rocking the pillow, crying. She's dead, you stupid cat, she's dead. A new sound. Part crying, part singing comes out of my body, giving voice to my despair. Buttercup begins to wail as well. Oh my god, there's something in my eye. I swear I'm not crying. There's something in my eye. Actually, my eyelash has like been bothering me all night. Oh my god, this eyelash. I promise you if I was crying I would just admit to it, but I'm not. I was gonna cry, I would cry somewhere else, but I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm really not. There really is something in my eye. It's my eyelash. Alright. Locking it. A new sound, part crying, part singing, comes out of my body, giving voice to my despair. Buttercup begins to wail as well. No matter what I do, he won't go. He just circles me, just out of reach. As wave after wave of sob racks my body, until eventually I fall unconscious. But he must understand. He must know that the unthinkable has happened, and to survive will require previously unthinkable acts. Because hours later, when I come to in my bed, he's there in the moonlight, crouched beside me, yellow eyes alert, guarding me from the night. In the morning, he sits stoically as I clean the cuts, but digging the thorn from his paw brings on a round of those kitten mews. We both end up crying again, only this time we comfort each other. On the strength of this, I open the letter Image gave me from my mother, dial the phone number, and weep with her as well. Peta, bearing a warm loaf of bread, shows up with greasy save. She makes us breakfast, and I feed all my bacon to Buttercup. Slowly, with many lost days, I come back to life. I try to follow Dr. Aurelius's advice, just going through the motions. Amazed when one finally has meaning again, I tell him my idea about the book, and a large box of parchment sheets arrives on the train from the capital. I got the idea from our family's plan book, the place where we recorded those things you cannot trust to memory. The page begins with a person's picture, a photo if we can find it. If not, a sketch or painting by Peta. Then, in my most careful handwriting, come all the details it would be a crime to forget. Lady licking Brim's cheek, my father's laugh, Peta's father with the cookies, the color of Phoenix eyes, what Cinna could do with the length of silk, Boggs reprogramming the hollows, Rue poised on her toes, arms slightly extended, like a bird about to take flight. On and on. We seal the pages with salt water and promises to live well to make their deaths count. Image finally joins us, contributing 23 years of tributes he was forced to mentor. Additions become smaller. An old memory that surfaces, a late primrose preserved between the pages, strange bits of happiness, like the photo of Finnick and Annie's newborn son. We learn to keep busy again. Peta bakes, I hunt, Image drinks until the liquor runs out, and then raises geese until the next train arrives. Fortunately, the geese can take pretty good care of themselves. We're not alone. A few hundred others return because, whatever has happened, this is our home. With the mines closed, they plow the ashes into the earth and plant food. Machines from the capital break ground for a new factory, make medicines. Although no one seeds it, the meadow turns green again. Peta and I grow back together. There are still moments when he clutches the back of a chair and hangs on until the flashbacks are over. I wake up screaming from nightmares of mutts and lost children, but his arms are there to comfort me, and eventually his lips. On the night that I feel that thing again, the hunger that overtook me on the beach, I know this would have happened anyway, that what I need to survive is not Gale's fire, kindled with rage and hatred. I have plenty of fire myself. What I needed is the dandelion in spring, the bright yellow that means rebirth instead of destruction, the promise that life can go on no matter how bad our losses, that it can be good again, and only Peta can give me that. So after, when he whispers, "You love me, real or not real," I tell him, "Real." Epilogue. Page 389. They play in the meadow, the dancing girl with the dark hair and blue eyes, the blonde boy with curls and gray eyes, struggling to keep up with her on his chubby toddler legs. It took 5, 10, 15 years for me to agree, but Peta wanted them so badly. When I first felt her stirring inside of me, I was consumed with a terror that felt as old as life itself. Only the joy of holding her in my arms could tame it. Carrying him was a little easier, but not much. The questions are just beginning. The arenas have been completely destroyed, the memorials built. There are no more Hunger Games. But they teach about them at school, and the girl knows we played a role in them. The boy will know in a few years. How can I tell them about that world without frightening them to death? My children, who take the words of the song for granted, deep in the meadow, under the willow, a bed of grass, a soft green pillow, lay down your head and close your sleepy eyes. And when again they open, the sun will rise. Here, it's safe. Here, it's warm. Here, the daisies guard you from every harm. Here, your dreams are sweet, and tomorrow brings them true. Here is the place where I love you. My children, who don't know they play on a graveyard, Peta says it will be okay. We have each other and the book. We can make them understand in a way that will make them braver. But one day, I will have to explain about my nightmares, why they came, why they won't ever really go away. I'll tell them how to survive it. I'll tell them that on bad mornings, it feels impossible to take pleasure in anything because I'm afraid it could be taken away. That's when I make a list in my head of every act of goodness I've seen someone do. It's like a game, repetitive, even a little tedious after more than 20 years. But there are much worse games to play. The end. That was Hunger Games, Mockingjay. That's the end. I don't want to say anything. That's it. That's the whole book. I read through all 3 books on stream. Wow! That's it. I fucking love that ending. I genuinely believe that that is one of the best endings to a YA series ever. Like, hang it up. Hang it up. The rest of you can hang it up. Good night. Take a rest. You won't even come close. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne Collins. Yep. This baby right here. This baby right here is a good one. This is a good one. Gail is never heard from again. Oh, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Okay, discussion time. Wow. Okay, so I know Mockingjay was heavy, but I just have to say that, like, Mockingjay is also my favorite book because it is so heavy. I like the heaviness. I also very much appreciate that Katniss is not somebody that ever, quote unquote, recovers. Like, Peeta and Katniss do not ever recover from what happened to them. Like, it haunts them even after they grow back together, and I love that. Like, it would have been very easy for her to write that, where it's like, oh, and they just had a happy ending. It's like, yeah, they're happy. They are happy, but it's also something that still affects her, even throughout her happiness. I thought that was, like, very important. I love that little ending, like, not the monologue, not the epilogue, but like that little part where it's like, what I needed was the bright yellow that meant rebirth instead of destruction, which is what I was saying. It's so crazy that, like, people were like, oh, she should have ended up with Gale. Are you out of your fucking gourd? Are you out of your mind? You've lost it entirely. You've lost it. You've absolutely lost it. Because, like, Gale, it's said time and time and time again throughout the series, and I've talked about it while I was reading the other books, but, like, that Gale and Katniss were literally like 2 peas in a pod in a negative way. Like, they fed off of each other in the worst fucking way possible. They were both 2 fiery people that would honestly burn themselves out, and that's something that Katniss says when she's looking in the mirror, right? She's like, there was a sadness between us that would have probably just grown with us and got twisted over time. Because, again, they were friends out of necessity, and once the necessity left, so did their friendship. It was gone. Like, it was out of the books. I love it. In Suzanne's Collins, they were terrible for each other. Like, quite literally terrible for each other. I also love the fact that Prim dies. I know I said it earlier, like, I said it maybe like 2 hours ago, that I was gonna explain myself, but I unironically like the fact that Prim dies because it's, like, extremely, extremely tragic. I said it like 2 hours ago. I stand by every single death except for Phoenix. I think every single character that died should have died. Well, not should have, but, like, it makes sense thematically that they died. Like, Katniss quite literally breaks herself and the country to save her sister, only for her sister to die anyway. Wow. She does everything in her power to save her sister, and it doesn't matter. Like, I'm gagged. It's a gag and a half. Like, when I read that, I honestly thought she was fucking joking. Like, when I read it for the first time, like, I genuinely thought Suzanne Collins was fucking joking and that, like, Prim would be in a hospital, because that's a crazy thing to write in your last book. That's fucking insane. She was like, yeah, Prim's gonna grow up to be a doctor. That should have been the first sign. That should have been the first fucking sign I knew something was wrong. Prim is gonna grow up and be a doctor. But it's like like literally Shakespearean in its writing, where it's like Katniss Everdeen has done everything to protect her sister, and it literally did not matter. And it literally did not matter at all because of her efforts to protect her sister. Like, inadvertently, if you want to be like cruel about it, like inadvertently Katniss Everdeen did cause her sister's death by avoiding it, right? Like, you know, because if she never volunteered, which again, like, Prim was dead either way. It's like a really morbid way to look at it, but it's like, yeah, Prim was dead either way. Because if she had never volunteered, Prim was gonna die in the Hunger Games. And then she volunteers, and it creates the domino effect for District 13 to put out those bombs. So Prim was dead literally either way. Like, Prim was dead, like, regardless. It's like, wow, how do you write that? There was no avoiding it, like, actually no avoiding it. How do you write a story that good? It's so good. I stand by it. I stand by that death. I know people feel uncomfortable with it, but I'm like, okay, I don't know how you feel uncomfortable with like Prim dying, but like not everybody else. Everybody else. Yeah, I love it. I also love that like you don't get any resolution on any other characters besides like Haymitch, and like you get like brief, right? Like brief little tidbits here and there about how everybody else is doing, for the most part. But in terms of like the other victors, in terms of the rest of the society, you don't. Prim was 13. Prim was 13. It's like, I think she was 13 and then she turned, because they said earlier, like, how could you have sent a 13-year-old into a war? I think she was 13. But yeah, and they had her in the front line. Yeah, memes, were you not here for that whole chapter? Were you not here for that whole chapter? Were you not paying attention? There's a whole chapter about it. Like right after Snow has that conversation with Katniss, and she's like spiraling because she's like, what do you mean 13 is the one? What do you mean 13 is the one that dropped the bombs on my sister? And then she goes around and she starts thinking, she's like plotting it out, and she's like, well, somebody had to send a 13-year-old. Dora Elgato, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I do really appreciate it. Thanks much. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. She's like, somebody had to send a 13-year-old into war, and that's how she figures out that like Coin was the one who did it. And it like adds to, yeah, you were not paying attention, you weren't locked in. You were not locked in. Yeah, I'm gonna add it to one of my braids right here. No, it's okay. Yeah, that's how she figures out that like Coin is the one who agreed to have Katniss' sister out on the front lines, which is why she shoots Coin with an arrow and kills her dead immediately. Very funny to me, very hilarious. And it's done like very dramatically in the movies. Anyway, I also just want to say, in the movies, like they give you like epilogues, not epilogues, but like you get a lot more closure on other characters. Like for some reason, Effie Trinket is like a huge part of the movies, even though Effie Trinket, like you might have noticed in this book, is completely gone from this entire book, except for at the very end, because Effie Trinket is in jail. She's a criminal. According to District 13, she's a criminal. So in the movies, if you've watched Mockingjay Part 1 and Part 2, like she's like in District 13, she's like helping Katniss get ready. Like she didn't do any of that shit. That's fake. She didn't do that shit. that's like only for the movies. She didn't do any of that. She was in jail. She was a criminal. They were torturing her. She was a whole criminal. And then at the end, like, Haymitch and Effie kiss in the movies, and like Haymitch is like alone forever. Like, Haymitch is never gonna remarry. Haymitch does not have romantic feelings for Effie Trinket. That was like a shock to me when I saw that in the movie. So that's a shock to me. Yeah, he does not have romantic feelings for Effie fucking Trinket. No. So even though she is played by Elizabeth Banks, so like I get it, but also like get it together. But yeah, you don't get closure on like Joanna. You don't get closure on like Annie, outside of the fact that like she was pregnant and then had Finnick's baby. That's it. Because it doesn't matter to Katniss. Like, we're seeing this whole thing from Katniss's perspective, and it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is that Gale is no longer in her life. That matters. What matters is that Haymitch he lives with them, or lives like in the same like community as them, and he's raising geese. You know, what matters is that she has kids with Peeta and that she's happy. What matters is that she falls back in love with Peeta, or not necessarily like fall out of love. She never really fell out of love with Peeta, but like they fall in love, quote unquote, finally with each other, and they find happiness with each other, and they heal together. That's what's important. And I find it to be really, because okay, what I really like, right, about these books is that Suzanne never gives us any more information than what we need, because it's not important to Katniss, right? So, because I don't know, like, it's not important to Katniss, so you don't ever get to hear about any of this other shit. Like, how is the new government gonna handle things? As of right now, they're good, and that's all that matters. That's really it. It's not important. It's not important at all, in any way, shape, or form. And I really hate that like people keep asking Suzanne Collins to like keep writing more in this universe, because like, guys, it literally was not important to Katniss Everdeen. Stop asking. Stop asking her to write more books in this series. Let it go. It's done. Like, the fact that there is going to be a Haymitch book pisses me off so much. It pisses me off to no end. I've already talked about it on every other stream, so I won't reiterate that point here, but like, yeah, it just pisses me off because it's like, you guys cannot handle mystery. You guys cannot handle, and when I say you guys, I just mean like readers. Like, for some reason, people cannot handle just not knowing something. I love that. I love that she doesn't answer all the questions. She's just like, what's most important is that Katniss is happy. That's the end of the book. Like, Katniss was not happy when she started the series, and now she is happy. Next. And it's like, all of that other shit is like superfluous, you know? And it's annoying to me that like people don't get that and keep asking for superfluous stuff. Also, hi Sassy Mummy, Ayo. And it's just like, stop asking. Stop asking that. It's not needed. You don't need to know everything. Mad at her mom. I think she understood. I think she got it. Honestly, I think she got it. I think she understood that like her mom has experienced so much loss in a different way, and that she literally could not handle going back to this district where she could not handle going back to this district where her husband died, where her child got raped, where she lost her oldest daughter. I mean, like, I wouldn't be able to go back there either. You gotta start somewhere fresh, you know? I get it. In any case, yeah, that's the end of it. I love this ending. I think it's a perfect ending. I was expecting anger. You were expecting anger, but you missed that last chapter. You know. Also, thank you, Sissy. Ray. Or Sissy. Gray. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You get a heart. We're gonna see where that goes. Well, Katniss did say that she needed somebody to balance her out, you know. She has enough fire for the both of them. She needed Gale to, like, not Gale, oh my god. Never Gale. She needed, I'm gonna add it right here. She needed, because it's so funny, because literally I was gonna say it, but I wanted to just read through, but like, the moment that she sees Peta, she goes and takes a shower. It's not funny, but like, literally, that's exactly what she does. She sees Peta, and by the way, Peter Malarkey will always be famous to me. He, on his first day back in District 12, fresh out of the mental hospital, fresh off of a therapy session, he is planting a primrose in honor of Primrose Everdeen, the man you are, Peter Malark. I will never love another. I will never love another. Wow. He did that without even being asked. Just did it. Because he's just that guy. He really is. Yeah, that was just very funny to me. How she was like, oh my god, Peta is outside planting primrose. I gotta take a fucking shower. I have to clean up. I look gross. My hair is matted. She's like, I feel gross. I feel defensive. But yeah, immediately she starts getting her life together the minute that Peta Malark steps into her life again. Her life is back on track. It's perfect. This is a perfect book series. You cannot tell me otherwise. You can't tell me otherwise. And also, it is secretly a love story. Thank you. And also, it is actually a love story. Thank you. Yeah. Amazing. 10 out of 10. I have nothing but good things to say about Mockingjay. It is everybody's least favorite book except for mine. It is my favorite book. I love it so much. I just think I really appreciate its depictions of honest, like, of what actually happens during war, and also trauma and PTSD after the war. What does it mean to exist past the war, past a war, past a tragedy? What does it mean to quote unquote continue living? I love answering all of those questions. I love it. Call me Camila Cabello because I love it. Also, we're taking a 3-minute app break, so if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, and you set out, please go do that. Please take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you. It was always a love story. It was, but no one believes me when I say that. Anyway, I love this book. I feel like I said everything I need to say about this book. What else is there for me to say? Oh, also, people say all the time, I could talk about this book really for like 4 hours, but like people say all the time that Katniss would never have had kids because of this line at the end where she says it took 5, 10, 15 years for me to agree, but Peeta wanted them so badly. So a lot of people take that line as her saying that she never wanted children and that Peeta like coerced her into having kids. I think you guys are quite literally insane. When you say that, that's an insane thing to like think, because Katniss is very maternal. She's a very maternal girl. She always has been. She was with like that with Rue, even when she was like scoping out the Capitol on her way to kill Snow. She is enamored with this like little girl. Like she can't stop looking at her. In the face of tragedy, Katniss has always had an affinity towards children. So it's very weird to me that people like a likeness towards children. She says it in the first book that like, not that she's like against having, not that she's like, she these kids or anything. It's just that she cannot imagine a world where her kids are safe. So she does not want to have them because she does not believe that the world is safe for her to have them. That is what people forget. It's like she literally thinks that like if she brings a child into this world, it's gonna be killed, and so she'd rather not bring a child into the world. It's just that simple. So that I just wanted to address that because I hate when people say that when they're like Katniss would never have had kids, and it's like yes, she would. She definitely would have had kids. She just never thought that the world would be safe enough for her to have them. Like, that's insane. Katniss likes family. Katniss is a very, like, family-oriented individual. She, like, volunteered in the Hunger Games to save her sister. What? She's a very, very, like, family-oriented individual. Everything in her life revolves around family. So she definitely would have wanted to have kids. It's very clear. Very, very clear. At least to me, it was very, very clear. So, like, that's weird when people say that. But I think that's everything. Honestly, I don't know what else I could say about this book. I'm trying to think. I'm like, did I miss anything? Again, I know people say that like Gale, it's not Gale's fault that those bombs killed Prim. It's not his fault. And yes, it actually is not his fault. However, it kind of is his fault, Gale. It kind of is his fault. The fact that Gale was comfortable with killing capital children anyway, like, his problem is not the fact that, like, oh, I killed children. His problem is that, oh shit, I killed Prim. Like, I don't think people like clock that. Like, people aren't thinking. People really aren't thinking. Like, yeah, he was very comfortable bombing children, like, and Katniss was never comfortable doing that. Katniss wasn't even comfortable killing adults. So it would have been a problem either way, frankly. And I don't like that erasure. I don't like it when people are like, you know, Gale is not that bad of a guy. Okay, I'm not saying that he's like a demon, but he is not a great guy. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like he's a good person. Gale, at one point, was a very innocent child, just like Katniss. But at some point, he let his anger devour him, and he started like murdering people in a very weird way. Especially when it came to him blowing up that mountain, and he was like, "Yeah, we're just gonna kill everybody on the inside." And everybody was like, what? Anna Arc, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Yeah, he was like very comfortable bombing people, killing people, as long as they were of the capital. And that obviously is a bad thing. I don't know why I have to like say that, but like I don't know, people are weird. I'm gonna add a heart here because I realize it's not symmetrical. There we go. I don't know why I have to say that. Like, yeah, killing children is bad, and like, yeah, killing innocent civilians, even when they're not children, is also bad. Just because they're from the capital doesn't mean that they're all evil, because capital children also did not ask. I'm just glad he knew he fucked up. Memes, did you hear anything I just said? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. What? I just said that. What? No. Wait, what? No, not at all. What? That is not. Did you hear what I just said? Gale got consumed by his hate. Absolutely. I mean, I think she says it in like, at some point in this book. I thought she said it in Catching Fire, but I know she definitely says it in this book, that like something changed within Gale after a certain point. Oh, knowing that Katniss will never forgive him. Yes. I mean, like, Also, thank you for the redeem, the Reaper. I will take some water. Thanks much. Because again, like, Gil was not sorry that he bombed children, innocent civilians. He was sorry that it was Brim. He was sorry that it was the girl that he was in love with, her sister, that he accidentally killed. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that's a weird thing. That's a weird opinion to have, Gil. That's that hot take from Bobcats. Yeah, that's weird. He's weird. Thanks much. Yeah. I just find Gail to just be so annoying. I understand Gail, don't get me wrong. Like, if I think outside of myself for 5 seconds, I understand Gail. Gail is a representation of how easy it can be to lose yourself in war. I understand why every character is why they are like that. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like him. I'm allowed to not like him. And I also just find him insane. Again, because he was bombing children. Can we get a dong? I'm not giving you the dong. Because you're gonna ask for it on the Coraline stream, so I'm not giving it to you. I don't even think the gong even happened on a Hunger Games ASMR reading. It happened on an art ASMR reading, so it has even nothing to do with Hunger Games. It happened when I was doing art ASMR. So I am not giving it to you. But I just find Gale to be very annoying. The minute I heard no more Gale, I was like, yes, yes, we're done with Gale forever, yes. But yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I think people, if you're a Gale stan, you're fucking weird. I think you're weird. If your favorite character in the Hunger Games is Gale Hawthorne, I need you to stay. How far away did the Grinch stay from people? How long was that pole? 39.5 feet. I'm gonna need you to stay 39.5 feet away from me, okay? Yeah, 39.5 inches. I don't know. You need to stay 39.5 feet away from me, please. I think you're very strange. There are a lot of characters to like. Your favorite character being Gale Hawthorne is a flag for sure. It's certainly a flag. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you never learn the ending of Joanna. You never learn anybody else's ending, you know? You don't really even learn Haymitch's ending to an extent, like, because Katniss says it's been like 20 years in the epilogue. She says it's been 20 years since, you know, since they got out. So, like, you know, 20 whole years. That's a mark of a good character, having a strong opinion about them. I disagree, but also I understand why Gale is a character. I disagree with that specific framing. Riley, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I don't think having a strong opinion about somebody means that they're like a good character. I think you can have a strong opinion about somebody and them not be a good character. Just in the same vein as that you can like have a strong opinion about a movie but have it not be a very good movie. You know what I mean? Like, I have a very strong opinion about Eternals. I think Eternals is a very bad movie. But that doesn't mean it's a good movie all of a sudden because I have strong opinions about it, you know? I'm gonna add it right here. Wow. To the very bottom of my bangs. My little long bangs. I have strong opinions, frankly, about most things. I have strong opinions about hand sanitizer. I see your point, yeah. I mean, I do think Gil is a good character, but I just don't agree with that reasoning as to why. I do think he is a good character. I just don't like him. But I just do not like that man. But yeah, man, Hunger Games is so good. Again, if you have never like read the Hunger Games and you're like, I'm just here for the vibes. If you're looking for a good book series to read, like I would recommend picking it up. You know, I like fell in love with this book series and I read it so many years ago, damn near. I think I read it when it was coming out. I could be wrong about that, but like so many years ago, and I devoured every single copy that I had. And then I have all the movies on DVD. Even though I think the first movie is just it's decent. It's a generally good adaptation. The second movie is amazing, and the third and fourth movies are not good, are not very good. I still like them in a general sense, in totality. I still like them. I also just like playing with this book. It's really fun. Like flipping through the pages. It's like so comforting here. Smelling that like book smell is like super comforting too. Yeah. Maka, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. Yeah, and if you're feeling lazy, I guess you can watch the movies. They're worse, but you can watch the movies. Get your Hunger Games in wherever you can get it, I guess. I'm gonna put this one, I don't know, on the book. No. Well, I don't know where to put this art. Up here. Yeah. I have like 0 notes for this book. It's the only, oh my god, I thought that was a bug. That scared the fuck out of me. Wow. I'm like Katniss Everdeen, I'm starting to see shit. Wow. That scared me. I thought it was a spider. I was really scared. I was really scared. But yeah, I have 0 notes. Time to watch the other 3 movies now. Wink wonk. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll watch Catching Fire on stream. Maybe. It's the best one. But I'm gonna be honest, I do not want to sit through Mockingjay. I don't want to watch either one of those movies. I guess I was trying to say that hating a character doesn't mean the character is bad, but if a character makes you feel strong emotions, that the character is good. No, I understood what you were trying to say, Chicken Nugget Door. I just disagree, because I feel strong emotions about a lot of things that aren't very well made. You know? Like, I have strong opinions about, like, movies that aren't well made, or books that I don't feel like were written very well. Like, another book series that I was recommended to read, for example, was like Maze Runner, and I think Maze Runner starts off really strong, but it's like such a flop towards the middle and end, and it's like kind of a flop, so I didn't want to read it. And it's like I have strong opinions about that one, but I'm like, I don't know if that makes it good. I think it's just like I just have strong opinions about it, or strong emotions. It makes me feel strong disappointment. Strong disappointment. Like, I understood what you were trying to say. I'm just not quite sure if I agree with it, you know? Yeah, man. I wish I could go back in time and like not know anything about Hunger Games so I could experience it for the first time. But yeah, if you've been here since I started reading the first book, congratulations. You made it through about 4 months of because of it. Congratulations. I'm trying to think if there's like characters that I feel strongly about or have strong emotions about. But then I don't watch shit that makes me mad. I put stuff away that makes me mad. We'll have to agree to disagree. I mean, and that's okay. I mean, I'm combative as hell, so I'm not gonna say that we're agreeing to disagree. I can't help it. It's the Katniss Everdeen in me. I can't say that we're agreeing to disagree. I disagree, but I disagree. But because I'm trying to think of like what's a character that like I feel strongly about. But it's like I just don't know if they're like very well written. Oh my god, I keep thinking that a bug is on me. It's my shadow, it's scaring me. I'm getting scared by my own shadow. I'm trying to think, but probably like in a movie or something. Damn, what's something? When I don't like something, I bury it in the deep recesses of my mind so that I don't have to think about it ever again. So I don't ever have to think about it ever again. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's mostly like, oh my god. I think I'm mostly thinking about like writers or something. Oh, I mean, like, there's a lot of characters in Jujutsu Kaisen that's more of, like, a spoiler thing, but, like, which I'm not gonna talk about, by the way, spoilers for Jujutsu Kaisen, but, like, there's a lot of characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. Hi, Sam, Ayo, I hope you're having a good day night wherever you are. There's a lot of characters in, Jujutsu Kaisen that make me feel strong emotions, but they're not very good characters. Like, I honestly just feel like Genji's a bad writer. Like, I'm like half the fucking cast at that point. I can't talk spoilers, but yeah, like half the fucking cast for Jujutsu Kaisen, damn near all of the cast for Jujutsu Kaisen are not written very well. If we look at them in totality, they're not written very well. I'm Gucci as always. What about you? I'm doing really good. Thank you so much for asking. I'm gonna put a heart in your honor. Put that on right now. I'm like half the cast of Jujutsu Kaisen is not written very well. He's very lacking, Gechi, in like writing deep emotional stuff at times. Well, we agree on that, and it's like, okay, just because insert this character here, I can't say any character because it would be like a spoiler, but like if I just because this character makes me feel something, I'm like upset or sad that this character is out of the story for a death reason or a lack of writing reason. I'm just like, that's not good writing. It's not good writing, and it's not good character development. You're just making me pissed off. You're making me mad. You're making me mad. I'm debating because I'm like, I kind of do want to write, right? I kind of do want to read Coraline, but also it's like the vibes are not for Coraline tonight. The vibes for me starting Coraline are like not. We just spent like way too long on those last couple chapters. There's no way. There's no shot. I feel like Coraline's a good book. I gotta give it its own stream, you know? I gotta start it with its own energy, because now the vibes. The vibes are low. The vibes are very, very low. What do you think about the ending of Mockingjay? But, I mean, I feel pretty happy when I think about the ending, but that's just me. So I'm gonna have to retire this book, put it back into sleep jacket, which I don't even know. The jacket sleeve is right here. This poor book that I've abused throughout the years. I just got it this year. Gotta put the jacket back on. Gotta put his clothes back on. And I didn't want to make you upset. Yeah, that's a good point. upset, I would have just said, "You're making me upset. I don't wanna answer that question." You're not upsetting me. What? Oh, are you talking about Coraline? Me reading Coraline? The vibes. I just realized you could have been referencing that. The vibes, yeah. Coraline is a really good book. I want to read it on its own stream so that the vibes are messed up. It's unfortunate. I mean, it is late. It's late as fuck. I don't know why I'm still trying to stream. It's very late. It is very late. It's been a long one. I mean, not really. I've done longer streams. This has been like a very short one. Maybe that's why I feel kind of thrown. I kind of want to stream for longer. But the book is done. But the book is done. The book is finished. I never read Coraline, but I'm interested. It's very different than the movie. I've read it only like twice before. I have the book here. I have this book here, right here. And it's not really that long. Actually, it's kind of, I don't know. It's a little bit long. I mean, it's like 100 pages less than The Hunger Games. It's like 200 pages. So, you know, I could probably knock it out in a single stream. It's like 160 pages. I could probably do it in a single stream. Maybe just 2 streams. We'll see. And it is actually worth having the book because there's illustrations in it, and I like the illustrations. You guys will not be able to see the illustrations because there's no hand cam. Because I don't want you to see me leaning and pulling the book so close to my face so that I don't mess up reading. But the illustrations are really good. If you've never seen them, they're very eerie and pretty and nice. They're good. Who are they done by? Credit to the artist, Dave McKean. Very good. Yeah, but it's really different than the movie. I mean, I like the movie as its own thing, but like they're basically their own, like, separate. So yeah, that's the stream. I don't know what else to say. I don't know how to put the winter TMHK. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Yeah, I don't know how to put The Hunger Games to rest. I feel like I should like give it its own little goodbye. But yeah, I've really enjoyed reading The Hunger Games with everybody. I know that it's a darker book series, but I like reading darker books. That's just my thing. That's just, oh, we're out of space. We're finally out of space. I like reading darker book series. You know, that's just me, myself, and I. It's always been my thing. I don't know where the heart is. It's right here. It's right here. I'm just gonna make it like really big. I'll make it a little bit smaller and pin it. To me. It's like a hidden heart on my arm. Yeah, I was, when I first started like this whole like reading book club situation, I was super nervous to start reading on stream. Mostly because I wasn't really confident in my reading voice, and I wasn't really sure about me doing like continuous ASMR stuff, or like quiet sleep with me, fall asleep, sleep with me, sleep with me, fall asleep to my voice, that sort of stuff, sort of streams. But everyone has been like super like supportive about it, and I really appreciate it because I was super excited to read all of these books on stream. And I'm very excited to read more books on stream. So yeah, I'm just like very thankful that it ended up being a really good thing. What's the question mark? What's the question mark for? Yeah, I'm just very excited to read like more books on stream. I'm gonna keep it like a little lighthearted, because I don't want to dive into like another really long book series like this one after just coming off of the Hunger Games. You said sleep with me. I did, and then I corrected myself. I mean, it's like fall asleep with me sort of thing. I consider like my reading streams to be like Puppcats reads you a bedtime story, except it's the Hunger Games, so it's like the worst bedtime story you could ask for, but it's still a bedtime story nonetheless. So like Puppcats reads you to sleep. It's comforting. To be honest, I fall asleep pretty easily after I do these streams. Like tonight's sleep is gonna hit like really well. It's gonna hit really, really well. But yeah, it's been super comforting to like do these sort of streams, and I really just want to keep doing more of them. But I'm gonna keep it pretty light with the content. I think I want to do, for sure, we're gonna do Coraline next time I do ASMR reading, and then I also want to do like maybe some fairy tales or something, like Grimm's fairy tales, because I think I've only read like the original fairy tales like once in my life, so maybe that one. Yeah, just a couple of like lighthearted books to like get us on base, and then launch into another book series. I know that Suzanne Collins actually has another book series. It's the one she wrote before the Hunger Games, called like Gregor the something, Gregor the Conqueror, something like that. So I might read that one if we're gonna do like another long form series. I really, really want to read The Lightning Thief, but I just only want to read that first book. I'm not interested in reading anything else. I'm never gonna read Harry Potter. Ever. Why did I just hear a cat? I am never. Yeah, I like that. I like dark stories. I'm never gonna read Harry Potter. That's never gonna happen. Never reading it. I've read The Hobbit like once before, and to be honest, I did fall asleep, so I'm never reading The Hobbit. I'm not reading it. I have that book like somewhere, but I'm not reading it. So I'm gonna keep it like pretty light until I decide on like what book series it's gonna be. Just a couple of like one-offs, not necessarily. The Lightning Thief is a really good book, but I hate the rest of the books. I'm gonna be honest. I think Rick Riordan, I think he wrote a perfect first book. I think The Lightning Thief is a perfect first book, and then he wrote more books, and it's like, I think he lost the plot. I'm so like, I honestly think he lost the plot. I think Sea of Monsters is a decent follow-up, but it's just not as good as the original. Battle of the Labyrinth, I honestly, was it? No, not Battle of the Labyrinth. It was the third book. What's the third one? The Titan's Curse. That's really where it starts to fall apart. It's book 3. Because you get through book 2 and you're like, okay. But like book 3, book 4, oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's, and I know a lot of people really like it, but it's like, oh, brother. Brother, it's so bad. I can't do that. But I've actually, but they take place, do they take place in the same universe? Heroes of Olympus. I've never read Heroes of Olympus. it's like book 1 and book 2 are like the best. I might read Heroes of Olympus. I'd be interested in that, but man, if it sucks, I'd be so mad. Because it's in Heroes of Olympus, like, oh, another raid. Thanks much. Yeah, I don't know why the raid song isn't coming out tonight, but thank you for the, oh, there it is. There it is. I was wondering if it was gonna come out this time. I don't know why I didn't that last time, but yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. I do really appreciate it. Thanks much. I was stream. You were also doing ASMR, was it? I was stream. Hi, hello raiders. My name is Popcats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. So get it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs. Happy that you are live. Yes, I am live. It's really late. I was actually going to log off and read since I actually just finished reading. Oh, I forgot to say, I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs, and right now, we are just chatting because I finished reading, all of Mockingjay. I finished the final book in the Hunger Games series. I was doing a full-on book reading. We're just chatting a little bit about like future plans and everything. Yeah. Doing some New World grind ASMR style. Okay. Yeah. So it was like comfy cozy book reading. I just finished it. We talked about the ending a little bit. So, you know, it has been, you're not spoiled for the ending if you have not read it yet. Yeah, we're just talking about like possible books that I might read next. I'm gonna read Coraline next, but for the next like long form book series, I might do Heroes of Olympus, because I've actually never read that one, and I did not like the other. Okay, I like the first book, like, I like A Lightning Thief, I just don't like the rest of the books in the Percy Jackson series, which is unfortunate. So, I'd be interested in reading The Heroes of Olympus, since it's not Percy Jackson, but it is still Rick Roydian, so we'll see. I sat down in chapters on rainy days to read it. Mockingjay or The Lightning Thief. I have like so many rants about the was I streaming when I was reading? I think I was. I'm trying to remember who I was ranting to about a Percy Jackson series. I think I was just ranting to anybody that was gonna listen to me. I think I was just like ranting to quite literally anybody that would listen to anything that I had to say about that book series. Because like, wow. Because I was like losing the plot, especially because I am somebody, I'm now talking about fucking Percy Jackson, but like I'm somebody that like, I actually think Annabeth and Percy Jackson are really bad for each other. And I think that Rick Roydian like had this idea that I was gonna be like really down for this like romance, but actually I think their relationship is very bad. It's like not good, and it is like a central focus of the later half of those books, and I wanted out so bad. I never got into the Percy Jackson series. The first one's really good. If you want, just read the first book and like don't read like the last couple pages and then you're good. You've got it. Just read the first book, read A Lightning Thief, and then you're done. That's it. Don't read anything else. You don't need to know anything else. And then just like skip those last couple pages. Don't even bother with them. Because it's pretty much just like lead up. Maybe like the last 2 pages or something. It's just like not the movies. Okay, here's my hot take. Here's my hot take. Don't stone me. Don't stone me, please. Please, 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 please. Don't stone me, okay? I like the Percy Jackson movies. I like them. I like them. I know, it's sacrilege. Please don't stone me, please. I'm good, please don't stone me. I'm out. Okay, it's like dumb fun. It's really fun. Those movies are fun. Is it anything like the books? No. But that's not why I'm watching. I'm watching because Logan Lerman is in it, okay? I'm watching because Logan Lerman is in it, okay? I am not watching for any other reason. I'm watching because it has a lot of like fun little sequences. It's like very much like a movie night movie, you know? The second one is like actually not good. You shouldn't watch that one. But like the first one, The Lightning Thief, that one is like a movie night movie with friends. Like it's like fun. You know? It's just like a fun, turn off your brain movie. Like it's not that serious. It's good. Also, I was gonna say, I thought they were terrible. I think the first one is fun. I think the second one is bad. I think it's fun. Like, it's just like a road trip movie. It's a fun little turn off your brain movie. Like, movies can be bad and also fun to watch. You know? I mean, I did not have fun watching Morbius, but so many people had fun watching Morbius. Like, I get it. Like, bad movies are fun to watch. Not everything has to be good, you know? I understand why fans of Percy Jackson want it to be. It's just not mature enough for me. I don't need a movie to be good, though, is what I'm saying. You know, like, I don't need the movie to be good, as long as I'm having a good time sometimes. Like, to be honest, I know no one wants to say this, but like, the Deadpool movies, for example, are not good. I'll say it. I promise I'm wrapping up stream at some point. I promise. It's not, okay, I'm not saying that they're good movies. I'm saying specifically about the Percy Jackson movies. The second one, Sea of Monsters, is really bad. Don't watch it. Lightning Thief is like, it feels like a Disney Channel original movie, and I say that positively. You know, it feels like a movie that would have played on Disney Channel and you would have watched it like a billion times. Now, what I was gonna say is that the Deadpool movies are not good. Now, did I have fun watching them? Absolutely. I went opening weekend to every single one of them. Thank you. I will go opening weekend for most Marvel things. Yes, I will. Well, not anymore. But like, you know, back in the day, I used to go opening weekend for literally everything. And you didn't like, okay, when people, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not a good movie, but I had a good time. Like, objectively, it's not a good movie. But yeah, I had a good time. I like that sequence, but you can, both of those things can exist at the same time. Yes, I'm not saying that I dislike it. I'm saying that it is objectively not a good movie, but I had a good time. I honestly just feel like most people will think about that movie. It's honestly not really even like Deadpool's movie. It's really like Logan's movie, if anything. it's more of like Wolverine's movie, and Deadpool is there. Because if for one fucking second they wanted me to take anything seriously with Deadpool, especially when he's holding up that fucking photo. Love Mails, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Like slight spoilers for Deadpool and Wolverine. It's been out for like a month and change. But like, he keeps holding up this fucking photo. And he's like, I have to save these people, and these people matter to me. And it's played completely straight. It's played not for laughs, like completely straight. And I was sitting in my theater seat and I was losing my fucking mind because who are these people? Like, who are these people? Like, really? I feel like everything. I like Deadpool. Again, obviously Deadpool's my favorite superhero. Deadpool and Spider-Man are my favorite superheroes. But oh wow. Thank you so much for the raid. I was gonna say earlier, by the way, if you're hungry, tired, and sleepy and need that out after the other raid, please feel free to do that. You're not bound to me. But thank you so much for this raid. Thank you, thank you. I do really appreciate it. I am swallowed by hearts, so I cannot provide any more hearts that are because everything is already on me at this point. Everything's already on me. So I cannot provide any more hearts, unfortunately. But thank you so much for the follows. I do really appreciate it. Thank you. Chikorito. Oh my god, Chikorito. That's what my parent calls me that all the time. They go, oh my god, my little Chikorito. Chikorito, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. DTV ADHD 69, thank you much. Really taking it to heart. Alright, where's the slash ban? Slash ban immediately. Thank you, Silent Hawaiian. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I really do mean that. I really, really do. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, hello, raiders. My name is Pupp. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon. After nothing but your heart. So cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns. They, them, theirs. And right now, I was wrapping up. I'm kind of just rambling at this point, deliriously. But I was wrapping up and just talking about what we were talking about, a lightning thief. And right now we're talking about Percy Jackson, and now we're talking about the Deadpool movies, because I think, and please don't shoot me, please, I'm so sexy, please don't shoot me, but I think the Deadpool movies are not good, but they are very fun, and I think both of those opinions can exist at the same time. But thank you so much for the follow, Boy Bang. Boy Bang. Thanks much. I do appreciate it. 420, thank you. I am Enro. Hi yo. Hi. Yeah, I do really appreciate it. Thanks much. Why are you crying? But yeah, what were you doing? You were also doing ASMR. I figured I was stream. What were you doing in terms of ASMR? I know you were doing ASMR, but like, what were you doing? Were you doing triggers? Were you just chatting? I was at one point. I just finished The Hunger Games. I was doing book reading. You're so cute, by the way. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're literally like, you're gonna make me blush. You're making me blush. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thanks much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Being a sexual sex demon is so unique. I played Valo and ASMR. Oh, I was Valo. Did you get any? With with comedic elements, the first two at least. I haven't watched the third. I mean, they're fun. Like, I would pop them on for like a movie night, right? But if I'm thinking like critically about any of them for even 5 seconds, like, I have to just say that second one was really bad. Like, Deadpool 2 is not a good movie. Deadpool 1 is a okay movie, and the third one is the best one out of the series. And it's probably because it's not really a Deadpool movie. It's because it's more of like a Wolverine movie. And that's okay, like that's fine. I had a really good time watching all of those movies. I paid like $15 to watch all of those movies. Wow, thank you so much though, love mails. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I am asexual. I am asexual. I'm an asexual sexy man. Asexuality is a spectrum. I am here to dispel all misinformation about asexuals. Well, not all of it. I'm not like the asexual, the resident asexual, but like I guess right now in this moment I am the resident asexual. I am. Also, if you're hungry, tired, or sleepy and you have to head out, please go do that. Please take care of yourself. I don't know how long your stream was, but feel free to exit, leave, do whatever you gotta do. I don't want you to feel like you're pressured to stay here and hear me yap it up since I finished reading. Did I even explain what I finished reading? I finished reading Hunger Games. We've been reading Hunger Games for like a few months now, the entire book series, and we just finished Mockingjay tonight. So we kind of talked about the ending and just started rambling from there because I'm a yapper. So we were doing a very structured ASMR book reading, and then I lost the plot. So we lost the plot, we lost it. Also, what's the word for it? I'm not a traditional ASMRist. I'm just now getting into ASMR. Well, not just now. I've been doing it like sporadically since I started streaming. But like, I'm not a traditional ASMRist. I don't really do triggers and stuff like that. I want to, but I feel like I can't really do that until I get a 3DIO. So once that happens, then I will probably start doing more of that stuff. So please don't ask me to do that stuff because I don't feel equipped to do it. Thank you. But yeah, feel free to exit at stage left if you feel like you're tired, EP, gotta go, because I really care about physical and mental health. So, and we en français, my community and I really care about physical and mental health. So, you know, please take care of yourself in whichever way you need to. If you have to go, it's totally fine by me. I was gonna wrap up anyway before I got rated. But I was like yapping too much about Deadpool. Yeah, because I'm just like, those movies. I mean, like, again, I liked it, but I also like left the theater just like losing my mind. Oh yeah, I was saying, because like Wade is like holding up this godforsaken fucking picture that he has full of all these fucking people that mean nothing. These people mean nothing because we don't really know these people. They were all established pretty much in the second movie, except for Vanessa, which, by the way, the second movie is the worst one. Again, it's the worst. Objectively, it's the worst one. And it has a lot of like fun scenes in it, but it's like the worst one. This is the worst one. We gotta just admit that. And what was I saying? Oh my god. Also, I have memory loss issues, so when I go so if I pause and I say I don't know what I was saying, I can't remember what I was saying, it's because I genuinely cannot remember what I was saying or doing. I'm not playing a trick. It's not a gag. I'm being serious. I genuinely cannot remember what I was doing. I was talking about Deadpool. Oh yeah, and he like holds up this picture. He holds up this picture, right? And he's like, I have to save these people, my universe. Oh, like slight spoilers for Deadpool. Deadpool and Wolverine. He's like, I have to save all these people. And it's like, they play that completely straight. Like, it's not played for laughs at all. I thought they were joking at first, but it's like not played for laughs at all. He genuinely means it. Like, he means, like, he wants us to care that he cares about those people when it's like, we don't know those people. Wait, like, those people don't matter to us. It sounds like you're joking. It sounds like parody, frankly, and it's not. this movie is not very well done. To be honest, like, his relationship with Vanessa is not even really well done, but like no one's ready for that conversation right now because everybody likes Ryan Reynolds, so like no one wants to say that like the movies aren't that good. I mean, they're fun, they're really fun. They should make up more $1 billion, but like in terms of like writing, I just wish it was a little bit stronger and less, not like less comedic, but I wish that it was just a little bit stronger in terms of its writing. That's all. Because his relationship with Vanessa is also like very, it's almost damn near parody. It's damn near parody, and it makes me very sad because Deadpool again is like one of my favorite superheroes ever. I love Deadpool so much. Deadpool and Spider-Man are my two favorite superheroes, and it's like, man, I just wish the movies were stronger. You know, that's all. I just wish the movies were a tiny little bit stronger. That's it. Anyway, I've said enough about Deadpool. Hopefully, you know, I didn't like kill your vibe to watch any Deadpool movies. You can still watch it. They're fun. I recommend getting drunk and watching them. That's a much better way to watch those movies, frankly. Make a little mixed drink. Make yourself some dinner. Watch those movies. Pop them on. They're good. Except for the third one. That one, I don't know if it plays very well drunk, but like those first two, you know, you can get a little sloshed and watch those. It's pretty good. I say like I've done it from experience, but I would imagine, I was sober when I watched them, but I would imagine that it's pretty good. In any case, I feel like I've yapped all the way to the moon. I've yapped all the way into the moon, and I should end the stream. But yeah, I was trying to say, oh my god, before I got on like 500 tangents, another thing about me is that I love getting on a tangent. But yeah, thank you to everybody that supported me getting more comfortable doing book reading streams. I really do appreciate it, honestly and truly. Like, the support during the book reading streams make me feel like I could really accomplish anything, and it was really good. I spent many a night crying because I was like very overwhelmed by the support for it, and the support of me like reading in general. So I'm really excited to like read more books and like have more book discussions about themes and stuff like that. Again, probably with like a less intense book. We started off hella strong in terms of writing too, so who knows, but a less intense book. At least Coraline is coming up next, so you know, it's, you know, it can't be too scary, you know. It's a book, I mean, I don't know, Mockingjay is inherently for children. It's a YA novel. It's a YA novel, so it is made for kids, I guess, in a sense. But something that is like less about like war is what I mean. But yeah, thanks much. I feel like I don't have anything left to say. Any more tangents? Did I miss anything? Let me know now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I want to make sure I got everything out about Mockingjay, because I probably won't talk about Mockingjay book reading, anything I mentioned in the last like 10 minutes. I probably won't talk about Mockingjay probably ever again. I probably won't talk about the Hunger Games series ever again. Unless it comes up in conversation on stream. So I think that about wraps it up, honestly and truly. So yeah, I am going to read off here then. If there's nothing else, if no one wants to say anything that came up, I always like to leave space. I keep forgetting to do that, where it's like leave space for if anybody wants to say anything. One last hurrah to get me off my track. But if no one wants to say anything, I just want to leave it at that. I'm gonna delete Coraline from the title because nobody's reading Coraline tonight. We're already at like like 6 hours. But yeah, I very truly and honestly really appreciate everybody hanging out with me, doing the thing with me as per usual. I really, really do. Because, you know, your time on this earth is so valuable and so finite. And I say this every single stream, but for some reason people think that I'm like lying. But I truly do mean it. That like your time on this earth is so finite, and it warms my heart that anybody would spend time with me, do anything with me, sit around, just chat with me. You only get one life, so I'm very thankful that anybody would spend any part of it with me. I really do mean that. It warms my cold, dead heart into a bazillion pieces. I'm gonna snooze that. Into a bazillion pieces. I am going to raid. Let's see. Let's see who is up right now. I actually don't even have this prepared because I never expect to be up this late. I'm actually like up super late comparatively to the usual. I never expect anybody to know. I never to read when I'm up this late. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I will raid. I guess I'll raid Cas Bella, who's doing an ASMR stream. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Share the love, keep the comfy cozy flowing and going. So I'm gonna raid Cas Bella. Thank you again so much to everybody that tuned into stream today. If no one has told you, you are so loved, so valued, and so important in this world, and you deserve to hear that every single day of your life. But if you have not heard that today, I'm so happy that I get to be one person in this life that gets to tell you that. I truly do mean that. That you're loved, you're valued, you're important, you deserve a space in this life and the next. I will be back not tomorrow, but Monday doing Slime Rancher probably, and more ASMR next week. Reading Coraline at some point, probably Thursday. But yeah, as always, you're loved, you're valued, you're appreciated. I don't do raid messages. I just say use the raid emote if that's your prerogative. Just cause like, I don't know, I don't want to think of a raid thing every single time. So, as always, until next time.